Please take your seats. The Resilient Ready Tampa Bay Symposium is about to begin. Please take your seats. The Resilient Ready Tampa Bay Symposium is about to begin.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. You guys are so prepared. I love it. Thank you. Hi, Brandy. Nice to meet you. Now, are you the voice? I am not. Oh, okay. I know. We keep having this joke this morning about the voice of God. I know. I'm feeling like it's like a religious experience at this point. Right. Yeah, right. Good morning. Hi. Or afternoon. It's afternoon now. Yes.
It's already evening.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Different time zone?
Yeah. Yesterday I came from the Netherlands.
Oh, very nice. Well, thank you for being here with us. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying your stay.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly can learn a lot from you, that is for sure. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us.
Yeah, I'm going to tell, along with Andy Stewart, some of the
Please take your seats. The Resilient Ready Tampa Bay Symposium is about to begin.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Brandy.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Yeah,
Robert.
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Resilient Ready Tampa Bay Symposium. My name is Brandy Gabbard. I am a city council member for the city of St. Petersburg, and I also have the distinct honor this year of being the chair for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. We're so excited to have you all with us here today to share and learn more about the Resilient Ready projects across the Tampa Bay region. Today, we will hear from experts and panelists and have important discussions around planning, design, and infrastructure investments that will ensure that our communities are ready for the future. It's no surprise to any of us that extreme storms, weather, and a changing climate can and will impact our lives dramatically if we don't act now. According to the new sea level rise technical report by NOAA and other agencies, we can expect our surrounding seas to rise by 11 inches by 2050. That's about the same amount of sea level rise as to what we've experienced over the last 100 years. We recognize how incredibly vulnerable this makes the Tampa Bay area, and no place is more exposed than St. Petersburg, where many of our neighborhoods, including the district that I represent, experience routine flooding, sometimes even on sunny days. Implementing innovative strategies and prioritizing major investments will be key. We must look at these compounded flood risks and plan for the stresses to our wastewater and water infrastructure, the impacts to our roadways and low-lying areas, and the threats to our housing and our businesses. When we succeed in making our communities more resilient, we will reduce the impacts to our neighborhoods, businesses, and overall quality of life for all of our residents. Under the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's leadership, the region has taken meaningful steps and elevated our collective resiliency efforts. We have implemented multiple resilient projects and are supporting local and regional vulnerability assessments. I'm also pleased to announce that this September, we will be rolling out the first Resilient Regional Action Plan. To say that we've put an emphasis on resiliency would be an understatement. Today's symposium is the third major resilience conference in just 3 short months. Many of you might have attended a couple of the other ones that we have had so far. In April, we hosted the Regional Resilience Leadership Summit. And then in May, we focused on the intersection between housing and resilience at the REACH Affordable Housing Conference. I want to commend and thank the Tampa Bay Regional Planning staff for their dedication in pulling all 3 events together so efficiently, so quickly, and really making sure that we are creating the best resources around. I always say that we are ground zero for the effects of climate change. We should be ground zero for the response, and that is what the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is doing. I also want to recognize and thank all of our partners, including ULI Tampa Bay, who is our sponsor for today's event. So thank you all again for being here, and enjoy your conference.
Please welcome to the stage founder and president of Real Building Consultants, Taylor Ralph.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really good to be here with you. First, I want to thank Council Member Gabbard for all her leadership in this space and obviously the work that she's doing in St. Petersburg and with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, so thank you very much. My name is Taylor Ralph. I'm the founder and president of Real Building Consultants. We are an integrated sustainability consulting firm located here in Tampa, Florida, but I'm here to speak with you as a governance board member of ULI Tampa Bay. ULI Urban Land Institute is the oldest and largest network of cross-disciplinary real estate and land use experts in the world. with 45,000 members worldwide and over 600 locally, many of whom are here today and active with Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, as well as working as developers and real estate professionals, architects, civil engineers, planners, et cetera. The mission of the Urban Land Institute is to shape the future of the built environment, to inspire make a transformative impact in communities worldwide. Through our members' dedication to the mission and their shared expertise, ULI has been able to set standards of excellence in development practice. I would like to take a moment to highlight ULI's advisory services and technical assistance programs, also known as TAPS. Since 1947, ULI has been bringing together teams of ULI members to tackle some of our community's most complex land use and planning and development challenges. Locally, we are proud to leverage this service with cities like Tampa and St. Petersburg to reimagine and realize resilient, equitable solutions to many regional issues. And there's some great reports out. If you all are not familiar with these, please go to Urban Land Institute and search City of St. Pete Technical Advisory Panel, Realizing Resilience, City of Tampa's Affordable Housing report that we did, as well as the Reinventing Stormwater report, which I'll talk about in a second. We followed, the most recent TAP that we completed was the City of Tampa reimagining stormwater retention areas as green, equitable community assets. We followed this work with an implementation grant to fund new paradigms in community engagement, which you will hear about more later in the program in a panel that I'll be moderating. If you're interested in learning more about ULI, please email Jenna Wiley at tampabay@uli.org. And Jenna is here. Where are you, Jenna? I lost you. Way in the back. All right. I've also been tasked with thanking our photography sponsor. So thank you, Gray Street Studios. You guys are awesome, and keep an eye out for the photos in the post-event email. Gray Street, is that everybody here? All right, thank you. Everybody shout out. There you go. My buddy Chris Castro right over there. Good to see you, buddy. ULI is pleased to partner with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on this event, and we thank TBRPC for its continued leadership in building a more resilient Tampa Bay. With that, I would like to welcome Sean Sullivan, Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Sean, thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's Resilient Ready Symposium. Today we are excited to participate in this Florida Department of Environmental Protection funded regional resiliency project in the cities of Tampa, Oldsmar, and St. Pete Beach. I'd like to thank the City of Tampa for serving as host community for this project. A big thanks to Whit Remmer, Alex A. Ward, and the entire grant management team at the City of Tampa. Thank you. Additionally, I'd also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Consulate General for the Kingdom of the Netherlands for your participation in this project. Your collective efforts have provided not only regional project significance, but also international significance with your expertise. Thank you. Please accept our thanks to the entire Dutch team for your participation in this project. Also, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the TBRPC team, in particular Sarah Vitale and Alana Todd, as well as CJ Reynolds and our entire team for your tireless work on this project. The Tampa Bay region is comprised of 6 counties and 21 cities that cover over 5,000 square miles and are home to over 3.8 million people. The Tampa Bay regional economy is the 17th largest in the United States at over $255 billion. We must work to protect and grow our economy to ensure the quality of life in Tampa Bay sustains itself for generations to come. Our efforts at the Regional Planning Council include formation of the Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition as formed in 2018, when 26 governments from throughout Tampa Bay came together and decided as a region it is critical that we work together to develop strategies and make our region more resilient to extreme weather including sea level rise, storm surge, and more frequent, higher intensity storms. This effort was the 16th resilience initiative of its kind in the United States when it began. Here we are 4 years later, working with 32 coalition members and over 90 private sector partners, helping governments throughout Tampa Bay become resilient ready. The projects that we're going to talk to you about today include 3 study areas: an inland basin in the city of Tampa, an estuary bayfront at R.E. Olds Park in the city of Oldsmar, and the Barrier Island community Paso Grill and St. Pete Beach. The project had an aggressive time frame with a 6-month time frame from project award to completion, but our team did it. Our first mayor elected official to speak today is Alan Johnson, who is the mayor of St. Pete Beach and has been since his election in 2017. Mayor Johnson is a licensed professional engineer and also serves as president of the Barrier Islands Government Council in Pinellas County. Mayor Johnson is a native of Worcester, Massachusetts, about 30 miles up the highway from where I grew up, as you could probably tell. And we also share a common denominator in that we're a graduate of the same undergrad college in the University of Massachusetts Lowell. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce the mayor of St. Pete Beach, Alan Johnson.
My God, I had no idea it was that impressive. Thank you. I want to start out by welcoming everybody, but also thanking the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council for picking us as the Barrier Island they wanted to look at. We realized we were at risk living where we are, and because of that, we need all the help we can get. So the information obtained from this study was it's going to be priceless for us going forward. We used to treat stormwater as drainage way back when. Several years ago, we changed our tune to go towards what we call a water threats analysis, which flip-flopped our evaluation of flooding and said, okay, if we're going to flood, we don't want it to be salt water. We want it to be rain, a lot of freshwater rain at high tide. And we put in all of our projects we've done in the last 5 or 6 years, all the drainage systems have been improved, and we've also put in baffle boxes to clean the water that goes into the bay, in our case, Boca Ciega Bay, and then also tidal flex valves. So it eliminates flooding from sea level rise, high tides, which we get sunny day flooding now in a couple of areas of our city. They're really, really low. So anyway, we've been doing that for several years, but now just in the last 6 or 8 months, we divided the city up into 4 to 5 different areas. We put the beach in one and we left that one alone, but we hired consultants to evaluate drainage and storm level rise and resiliency in 4 areas separately. And you'll hear more about that, I think, when my Public Works Director, Mike, you're here someplace. There he is, over there. But he had 4 different consultants, each having an area, and they were getting together basically almost once a month and comparing notes. So we now have the results of that. And he just told me this afternoon, we're no longer doing a water threats analysis. It's resiliency is what it's going to be. So we're going to work that into our budgets as we go. We put flex valves in every place that we've done. We've done several large road projects, and every time we do one, we do a drainage upgrade in the process. So that's been sort of what we've been doing. So we started responding to this 5 or 6 years ago. So it's been a good while. We even went on and raised the seawall heights to a different level. So now any new permits for seawalls have to be taller. Don't know what we're going to do when they all have to be raised, but we don't own that many of them anyway. We fund the consulting work through our budget process every year, and the construction that we've done to meet that goal has been done basically from our existing projects. We just, as we're doing a big road project or sewer project, we go ahead and upgrade the drainage and anything we can do to mitigate sea level rise and storm damage. So that's sort of how we've been funding it so far. Again, we're Barrier Island, so you got to realize we're fighting Mother Nature on this, and I don't know in the ultimate analysis whether we're going to win this one, but it's going to be a while. The cooperation that we get out of the whole Bay Area is essential to us. I know Sean said that, I'm on the Barrier Islands Governmental Council, and that's a very functional group. We've got 11 different cities, and let's see, one of them, Clearwater, they've got a pretty big beach, so we let them join. But they're the only mainland city. But this actually is, what did we say earlier? There was how many? We've got 24 cities in Pinellas County alone, and we've got 11 of them that have barrier islands. And we get together once a month and share problems. We also, combined without Clearwater, are the third biggest city in the county. So we've got a little bit more voice when we join together. So the cooperation, to me, is essential. And Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council does that for us. And like I said, I'll take all the help I can get, and particularly when it's free. So thank you very much. One of the things that we're having a problem with is we get a lot of communication from our residents, usually when their streets flood, and they blame it on us all the time anyway. But one of the things that people I've found out don't agree on is we plan, and when we're doing our budgets, our major construction projects, our capital improvement projects, look forward 3 to 5 years out. And that's pretty normal for us. In the last couple of years, we've started looking at what do we do to be here in 2050 when the sea level is up, another foot. And so we've been projecting out that far. Our residents are looking at today, next month, next week, and that's about it. So they really can't think that way. They also don't understand the fact that we're maybe looking 50 years out, 30 or 50 years out, and Mother Nature thinks that's a blink of the eye. The stuff that's happening, yeah, it's happening fast, but in the grand scheme of things, it's hundreds of years. And I don't know about you, but I know I'm not going to be around that long. So let's take it for what it's worth. The future of St. Pete Beach is essential to, I think, our enjoyment. We love living out there on our little sandbar, and when the big one comes, I'm off the island in a hurry, and that's the best way to treat it, at least for the time being. But I think we'll figure out a way to mitigate any of the results of what happens to climate change and sea level rise, and with a little help from organizations like this. And like I said, I'm tickled to death to have the opportunity to receive some of the information that they've created in looking at Paso Grill, and also understanding the other areas around the Tampa Bay area, because just us on the beach, I can see where you have worse problems even on the top of the bay, like where's Dan's here someplace, Dan Saraki from Oldsmar, he's in the back over there. Yeah, Dan's going to probably talk to that. But anyway, thanks again to Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Thanks to all of you for being here and addressing this problem. It's definitely a long-term problem, but it's something we need to start working on right now. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Alana Todd, Environmental Planner with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
Hello. So I'm going to start with a quick poll. Raise your hand if you've ever experienced flooding before in some capacity, maybe at home, in your neighborhood, on your ride to work. Okay, most of us. Now raise your hand if you are beginning or already are designing for flood mitigation. Okay, that's what I expected. Most of us are, or we will, because our region faces a lot of risk. Now, every community will deal with these issues at some point. Either they're on the Gulf or the Bay, or they're inland and have poor drainage, or old or inadequate infrastructure, or a combination of these conditions. And now most of us are likely also concerned about climate change. That's because science has proven the increasing frequency and intensity of weather and climate extremes, which has brought about widespread impacts to people, ecosystems, and infrastructure. We'll likely experience more flooding from rain events, from storm surge and high tide, and all of these will be exacerbated by sea level rise. Now, that's bad news for areas that are already experiencing significant flooding, like the communities we worked with in this project. You know, they're already seeing dozens of flood events every year. These trends will continue into the future as well. So according to a recent report by the Tampa Bay Partnership's Resilience Task Force, the region could lose as much as $16.9 billion in property values by 2070 because of high tide flooding alone. And due to social and systemic inequities, some communities will bear the impacts more than others, and they have far less capacity to respond. So instead of resisting, how do we strategically embrace change in a way that we can continue to thrive? And that brings us to the concept of resilience. And that term gets thrown around a lot. So the IPCC defines resilience as the capacity of social, economic, and environmental systems to cope with a hazardous event or trend or disturbance, responding or reorganizing in ways that maintain their essential function, identity, and structure, while also maintaining the capacity for adaptation, learning, and transformation. So in other words, resilience is about having the right resources and processes so that in the event of shocks and stressors, the community can overcome, they can adapt, and they can still maintain their integrity. Now, one way of improving resilience is by integrating nature-based and green infrastructure into planning, which are solutions that weave natural factors and processes into the built environment to promote adaptation and mitigation. So for example, floodable parks. They're not only do they reduce risk and improve water quality, they protect property, they can provide recreational opportunities and new amenities for the community. And mangrove buffers and oyster reef breakwaters are another great example. Not only do they attenuate wave energy and protect coastlines, they also sequester carbon and they provide new habitat for wildlife. So you'll hear about more of these solutions throughout today's event. And as we work towards enhancing our resilience, we will likely use a range of engineered solutions, from green, softer techniques to gray, harder techniques. Yet it is the innovative, inclusive projects that will support communities moving into the future. So that's not just my bias as an environmental planner either. Funding agencies are prioritizing nature-based solutions, especially for frontline communities. But the design and the implementation cannot happen in silos. You need wider collaboration to ensure success. That means effective programs being funded require us to reach across departments, to reach across agencies and our organizations, across fields of study, and even working with community stakeholders. So to talk more about innovative design and processes and charrettes, I am pleased to introduce my colleague, Sarah Vitale. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Okay, so I want to give you some more background on how the Resilient Ready Tampa Bay project came to be, because I see it as a clear extension to some of the work that the Regional Planning Council has done over the last few years and through our technical assistance program. There we go. So back in 2019, I had the privilege to work with the City of Newport Richey in Pasco County. And to the large extent, I worked with Councilman Peter Altman, who you'll hear from in a little while during the panels this afternoon. We worked together to analyze resiliency risks in downtown Newport Richey, which, like many small cities throughout the region, this city faces significant resilience challenges related to flooding. So this is a coastal community. The Coatee River runs straight through its downtown, and that's an incredible asset, but also something to plan and prepare for in terms of drainage and future flood risks. So these two maps show future flood scenarios, 2045, the NOAA high during a regular high tide there in the center, and then on the right, a Category 3 storm surge. We worked together over the course of 2 weeks on a rapid redesign exercise, which is a quick what-if analysis addressing a specific issue facing a community. In this case, it's drainage, and the question posed was, what if we turn this water problem into an opportunity and design a stormwater system that doubles as a floodable community park? So we explored that idea, and came up with several visualizations to support Councilman Altman's presentation at the FRA, Florida Redevelopment Association's annual conference back in October of 2019. And I'll see if this video plays. We also created a time-lapse animation that shows flooding and how the storm drains could help during a storm surge. Now, what happened next is the city took this concept and really ran with it. They spent the next few years exploring it further, talking with the community about it, and creating plans to move this idea forward in a real way. And I'm happy to share that the city recently received funding from the state to actually build a version of this floodable park concept. About $800,000 from the Resilient Florida Grant Program and a match from the city, so $1.6 million in funds to start engineering and construction over the next 3 years. So personally and professionally, as a part of the Regional Planning Council, it was inspiring to be in this cadence of events, to see ideas scratched on paper with just a few folks turn into something that is on its way to actually being built in the near future. So this rapid redesign approach, it inspired us to take it a step further and organize design charrettes so that our local governments and other governments throughout the state can learn from the value of a design-led approach. So we've been throwing this term around, what is a charrette? It's a French word for cart, and back in the 1800s in Paris, architecture students would throw their final drawings onto the cart before it's taken to their professors for their final exam. And today we use it to describe a problem-solving process that's participatory and interdisciplinary, so bringing together the community, key stakeholders, government staff, with design, architecture, planning, and engineering professionals. And like the rapid redesign approach in Newport Richey, it's design-led, it's relatively quick, although instead of weeks, we're talking more like months of design, analysis, and collaboration between stakeholders. And recently, we've been inspired by other organizations across the country and really the world who are exploring resilience through charrette-style planning. And these are several initiatives that have been successful and that have helped us create the Resilient Ready project. And even here in Florida, we were inspired by the great work being done by the Southeast Florida Regional Compact with their Resilient Redesign project, which was done back in 2014, charrette-style planning, another regional organization convening people around this resilience topic. But TBRPC, we wanted to put our own spin on this for Tampa Bay, and some have called it a compression of talent. We're working with the 3 local governments, and we've brought in some of the best, in my opinion, very experienced groups who bring their own perspectives and experiences from facing flood challenges in other areas of the world. So we have Wagner and Ball from New Orleans, and they're leading the design team, learning from their work to recover and rebuild more resiliently after Hurricane Katrina. And then we have professionals from the Netherlands with their Living with the Water framework and design concepts. And I want to emphasize that this project was designed to help local governments work through the first few critical steps in problem solving, really to get the ball rolling. This process demonstrates what's possible in these 3 study areas, bringing different departments together, different disciplines, exploring innovative ideas from around the world, all in a productive workshop setting. This gets governments resilient ready for the next step, which is step number 5 here on the screen. Pursue funding or work this into capital improvements budgeting. So we hope that Resilient Ready Tampa Bay as a project can inspire more projects like this throughout our region, the state, and beyond. So now we're going to play a short video recapping what some of you missed back in April during the charrettes.
Communities all around the Tampa Bay region are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, especially flooding.
So we're here on a 3-day design charrette in the Tampa Bay region, working with a diverse team of designers, engineers, city representatives on diverse and very complicated spatial issues, trying to integrate as much as we can in a couple of days. And if you don't do it, then probably when it rains or even without any rain, so due to sea level rise, it will be
street flooding, certainly.
Yeah.
Many parts of the city are shallow, just above sea level. We know that sea level is rising in 80 years more than 3 feet. And especially the low-lying areas will be swampy, flooded by groundwater when we are not doing something about it.
We had a 2-day design workshop where people from the Netherlands and from Aldermar itself and the surrounding areas were designing together. And I think that's very important for a charrette, then where different kind of people from different kind of communities come together and can learn from each other.
It absorbs as much water as it can, but then at some point, obviously it overflows, and that is what we have an issue with up around this point. We have a lot of ideas, but it's hard to translate those to people who don't understand the larger concepts without a visual. So having this time and having people who could draw out what we're thinking and what we're doing helps us to put it forth to management, to our councils, to our community. Instead of doing the traditional, just an open ditch, how do we reimagine that into something that helps our stormwater system and beautifies the city? It was just a really good way to reimagine what could be.
The idea behind Resilient Ready was to start having these crucial conversations about the risks and the impacts of climate change, and to start designing solutions that will better prepare communities and will make them resilient ready for the future.
So thank you. Now I want to remind everyone that our Resilient Ready Symposium report is now available on our website. You can go download it. Let us know what you think. This is a draft. The final version will be available next month after we include some takeaways from today's symposium. And now it is my privilege to turn this over to my colleagues, Andy Sternad and Robert de Koning.
All right. Hello. I'm Andy Sternad. I'm an architect and planner at Wagner & Ball. I was the project lead for TBRPC, lead consultant for TBRPC on this project. And Robert de Koning, introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Robert de Koning. I'm a landscape architect from the Netherlands and joined the charrettes in April and, was very enthusiastic about the energy and about the ideas that we came up to with all you together.
So just a note of thanks for TBRPC. Sarah and Alana are a great team, really high-functioning organization, and y'all are lucky to have TBRPC in the region. They're also great at drawing, and it might put a planner out of business one day. So Robert and I and our teams, many of our Dutch colleagues, other firms have been working on these charrette-style projects for a long time, working together to make them faster, make them better, and more effective. And we're just really humbled to have this opportunity to contribute to the Tampa region. It's really been a privilege. I also consider myself sort of local. My parents live in Sarasota, and so they're watching on the live stream right now. We're going to walk through some of the drawings and the outcomes of the charrette, some of the key lessons. This is going to be really fast. I would encourage you to look at the report online and spend some more time with it. But like I said, from projects in Louisiana, the Dutch dialogues in Louisiana, Virginia, and Charleston, Rebuild by Design, many of these other showcase projects around the country have been led by Wagner & Ball or with direct participation, and as well with many of our colleagues. We try to get to action. So this is an example from Louisiana, trying to get as fast as possible to have things built. We don't want to stop with the plan. For Resilient Ready, we started with a regional analysis, working our way to the selection of 3 sites that were representative of the broader landscape. So a lot of analysis and mapping, and everything I'm about to show you, the maps were produced before the charrettes. All the drawings were made actually at the events, so a kind of live result. But from topography, from how the land is shaped, to how it's affected by water from the outside, storm surge risk at the coast, to how it's affected by water inside, the FEMA 100-year floodplain from many different sources. And that one's really a key. When you pull that floodplain apart by elevation, you might learn something new. So on the left side, this is an example from Pinellas County. All the land in Pinellas County classified by elevation on the left, and on the right, the population classified by elevation. So you can see where people are living relatively and where they're exposed to flooding and floodplains. For a point of comparison, here's Hillsborough County. You see it's much larger, higher percentage of higher ground, but also more floodplain higher up. You see that bump in the blue bars on the left around 30 feet. That's kind of the upper Hillsborough area, in these inland basins, and that was one of the study areas for the project. So flooding is not just at the coast, and it's not just along rivers. It's really a widespread issue, as you're all well familiar. Layer on top of that the availability of public parcels. So that's everything in red. It's classified per elevation on the left. And maybe you have a window into ways to begin to solve this flooding problem, especially inland. If you have public parcels available in a floodplain or nearby, maybe that's a place to put water instead of in your house or your street. So we looked at landscape types, an inland site, a bayfront estuary site, and a barrier island site to represent the wider landscape. For each of those sites, we held a 3-day charrette. The first was a walking tour, walking all around the site itself, the wider neighborhood, city, and precedent landscapes. And then day 2 and 3 were really intensive design design operations with city stakeholders, primarily focused on department staff. This was not really a broader public effort. And you'll hear from some panelists in a minute, some of the leaders from each site who participated with us. So here you see the site visit and then the charrette for each location. Very, very hands-on and intensive, including eating together. And we ended with kind of a set of strategies. So many of these are well known to you. Hopefully what's new is combining them in different ways and at different scales. So I'm going to hand it over to Robert just to give some perspective on the first site.
Yes, well, Andy, you asked me, let's show a characteristic image of the inland basin site. And I said, well, let's take the picture with the fence and the ducks. Because it's a fence detention pond, and you really can see on this picture that it has no added value. It works, but it doesn't work for the community. It doesn't work for ecology. So if we really want to make it a higher standard and higher and a better landscape, then we should get rid of the fence, make it safe that you don't get drowned in the pond, and make a more ecological banks. Like these examples, by example, which we visited in the neighborhood. Right below is, by example, the Dale Mary detention pond with the beautiful slope with the cypresses in the water. This can really make a difference and can make a real green area of this site.
So this North Tampa closed basin represents one of these sinks in the landscape inland. It's a low spot. It's a wide, shallow depression. You can see the 100-year floodplain there. It makes it quite obvious. You also see the pattern of inland detention basins, constructed with development or framed by natural sinkholes. Zooming into the North Tampa basin, you see the detention basins already built with the sinkhole at the center, Mary Sink. That's on the map on the left. Then you see we classified by each site in terms of risk level. So for different rain level events, what is the physical elevation that we need to design to, and how much water are we talking about? The City of Tampa Stormwater Department has already done a plan for this area. They've already had some voluntary buyouts to provide space for new detention ponds. So that was a great place for us to start. A lot of engineering already done, calculations performed. So how do we layer on these other benefits that Robert's talking about in terms of recreation and community use, and maybe find some more water storage in the meantime? From a nature point of view, a recreation point of view, we looked at this collection of what's now just fenced detention ponds primarily, although there's a David West Park with some detention benefit, as a larger node in a recreation network. And maybe this connects to Tampa's Green Spine along the Hillsborough. From a basin scale, we're looking at solving stormwater not just at the sink where it ultimately ends up, but all across the topography. So how do we look from the high ground down to the low ground to catch water everywhere it falls? And then by the time it gets to the detention basin, create a sense of a center of community activity before stormwater finally makes its way into the underground aquifer. So kind of put that together in a vision plan, kind of a sketchy idea for how to network these detention parks together. Layer on some ecological benefit at the edges and find some new storage under streets. In particular, 99th Street right-of-way. The neighbors raised a safety issue with this curving street, and it's hard to see kids playing. They can't get to the park. So can we create a new corridor that links the detention basins together to get to the park and serve a water benefit as well? That sketch has really 3 layers, an idea about the water system. So that's looking at the basins themselves, but also the wider network. Looking at ecology, how to improve those edges, plant more trees, help with shade, and connections in open space. So getting people to and from the park in a way that's safe and experiencing the water itself. This is a bit hard to read, this slide, but we did a calculation for water storage to solve storms larger than the Stormwater Department's goal. And what we found was that you really need this all-of-basin approach. It can't be solved with detention basins themselves in that lowest ground. So about half, this is for a 10-year storm, about half of the stormwater volume is found elsewhere in the neighborhood. And we looked at some real detailed components for around the edges of these basins and the connections between them. So overall costs at a very conceptual level, but hopefully in a way that can advance the next step. For the detention park network itself, about $8.6 million. For additional infrastructure options, things like burying power lines, some additional benefits while you're working, maybe another 1.4. So I hand it back over to Robert to introduce Oldsmar.
Yeah, that was the second thread, or in fact was the third. We turn around in our presentation, we go inland towards the Gulf. And in Oldsmar, we had a park, the R.E. Olds Park, along the estuarium, the bay, which is really running quite shallow towards the town itself. It's really integrated, the park and the city itself. And we have a tide and a rain issue down here. Yeah? And here you see a small storm surge where the park already is going to be overflown from water. And this is just a small one. And then we see here a bit as a comparison also with the inland area, that we have small streets, wide streets, but with very little retaining water possibilities. Or there are possibilities, there is enough space, but they aren't there. So that's one of the things that should be improved.
All right, so looking at Oldsmar and specifically R.E. Olds Park, this is an example of a working process. The park itself was submitted by the city as the project. So what can we do within that public space? We quickly realized, much like in North Tampa, that you need to take a wider frame. In this case, we looked at all of the stormwater drainage that outfalls in the park or through the park to define an urban watershed. And that's what you see in the boundary on the right. That's a historic photo, the old Tampa to St. Petersburg connection there, running right through downtown. But at an even wider frame, there are major issues with water quality in Old Tampa Bay and in this part of Safety Harbor with nutrient runoff. It's very shallow. Courtney Campbell cuts off a lot of circulation. You get gyres forming in the bay. And it's also a storm surge funnel. So all of these factors are coming to bear at this one place. Some of those issues are much bigger than what we can solve in Oldsmar, but an awareness helps advocate, and there are some features that we can add to help begin to address them. So like Robert mentioned, Oldsmar and the historic downtown is on this wide sloping floodplain that makes it especially vulnerable to small changes in water level. They have a wide impact horizontally. And you can see that in the FEMA floodplain. There's also the storm surge funnel aspect. So that's more of an intermittent event, but potentially devastating with a much higher water level. So this site with the park at the edge, public space at the water's edge, needs to do a lot. It needs to mitigate that point of compound flooding where tide's coming up and the rain's coming down and help to buffer the wave energy of those major events. So we approached this site really with from two frameworks, two scenarios that we played out. One was what do you have to do in order to keep the water out, or what do you have to do to let the water in? Kind of a defend, adapt framework that you'll see in the Paso Grill study as well. We're biased towards the adapt scenario, and that's where we ended up, but you have to play these things out to understand the costs and benefits. And in many cases, that defend solution, initial steps to keep the water out, raising sea level, putting small berms in place, is a valuable first step, as long as you understand what comes next and where the limits of those systems occur. So in Oldsmar, we looked at establishing sort of 3 zones with speed bumps in the landscape for that big storm surge event, and opportunities to improve ecology and stormwater storage in between. So on the shoreline, working offshore in terms of new mangroves and oyster reefs, maybe eventually recruiting new seagrass, a grow strategy, growing new ecology, trying to maintain some view corridors through that design for neighbors who use the park. For the park portion itself, in the lowest lying areas, an adapt strategy, letting the water in, some tide in, and elevating homes over time. And then upland, kind of St. Petersburg Drive area, raising key roads, key critical infrastructure corridors, incentivizing some new development, some mixed use is already planned and going in place, but protecting that highest ground through all of these multiple lines. So that's a workshop sketch to kind of put it all together, Robert's hand. You see working from the coast in, grow, adapt, protect, maintaining view corridors while raising key aspects of the landscape, and allowing some places to become more wet. Importantly, a school can serve a lot of function in the upland protect area for stormwater storage and has a link down to the coast, an educational opportunity there. So this strategy had a stormwater master plan kind of component, so adding water into the landscape where it fits. Oldsmar, this downtown area, through that historic street grid, has exceptional large right-of-ways. So how can we make use of that to store some water, improve tree canopy? At the park's edge itself, we developed a strategy to elevate key programs in the park a few feet to maintain these well-loved aspects of the park. Working offshore with some ecological components, tying stormwater into the park on the inside. But I think the fundamental idea here is that orange and red line is a series of dots. It's not a solid line. This isn't a single berm that's meant to protect and keep water out for good. It's something that helps, it's a series of islands, in a way hearkening back to the Tocobaga Mound across Safety Harbor. How do you put cultural uses higher up where they're safe and allow water to move below? And here's Alana's sketch of the final thing, all put together looking back into the neighborhood. So some high-level costs here for the park itself, around $5.5 million. For the offshore living shoreline components, just for the area in front of the park, we came up with 1.4, and a per block number for street adaptation. So not an overall number, but that's taking advantage of a lot of work per block in terms of adding stormwater storage, some utility relocations, also some key weir structures as you move up in elevation to store water where it falls. So to the last site.
Yes, thank you, Andy. And what an amazing site, Paso Grill, St. Pete Beach, with where the barrier island where you can breathe water. It's on the left on the Gulf. It's on the right on the bay. It's coming from up like rain, and it's also the downward force is also very important because of the groundwater, which is sweet but with salt very close and nearby. And then we also have here 2 public ways on the sides of the barrier island, the Gulf Way at the Gulf, and the road on the Pass Grillway on the other side. So that is also a kind of possibility, not for the short term but for the long term, to really change this island and to make it sustainable. Yeah. So here we see those two images, those 2 sides. The bay side with the road, where now the wall being constructed on 5 feet high elevation, and on the other side we see the beach with the dunes, which are being restored by the by the Army Corps of Engineers. And those 2 things should be imbalanced. First, as a kind of protection, but later on we have to find an adaptation strategy.
And that's really the key point of this site. And the barrier island was in some ways the most challenging physical site to work in. It's very narrow, it's very low, it's very risky. It's also very beautiful. But we looked at the same kinds of defend, adapt strategies and played those out, and found, to what Robert was mentioning, that in many cases those initial defend steps are vital, raising the seawall to an initial level, continuing beach nourishment to sustain that edge, although there's a horizon on that process too in terms of sand capacity and ultimate ability to keep up with sea level. But those defense steps can buy time to advance other solutions and prepare for other adaptive measures. Pass Grill has been there for a while, and it's continuing to change. The barrier island naturally moves, and it will continue to do so. It's also lowest on the pass side. That dune edge, the wave energy in the Gulf builds up a higher land surface. So in terms of a risk section, you see a lot of arrows and a lot of things moving around here. That higher dune side on the Gulf side in the left of the drawing, and the seawall on the pass side, the bay side on the right. Lots of forces of water at play here, including, like Robert mentioned, importantly from below. So Mike and Director of Public Works in St. Pete Beach gave us this charge. We sort of were shell-shocked when we arrived. What do we do in this place? It was the most fun place to have a charrette, a block from the beach, but also the most challenging. So I think this quote sort of unlocked something for us, and he said, dream of the best possible scenario. So what does that mean in a place like St. Pete Beach? How do we look beyond the regulatory challenges, the real regulatory challenges, well-intentioned to protect the environment that sometimes hamstring new living approaches? How do we look beyond what we see in place, just envision something totally new in order to stay in this beautiful spot? And so the defend adapt framework, again, near term, maybe defend is the way we go, but at some point in the future, there may be a threshold, a critical threshold, where that investment no longer makes sense. When does that occur, and what does it look like? And how do we prepare for that shift now with some interim steps? And then what does that adaptive strategy look like in the long term going forward? So just a grid to show you kind of the way things played out: a defend, near term, long term, and adapt, near term, long term. I'll get into a little more detail about this, but we looked holistically. We didn't allow ourselves to be limited by the political or regulatory barriers in place. Really look at the physical landscape. Try to envision something viable and work towards that, work through those other challenges with a common vision. So near term, that might look like some more infiltration capacity in the historic alleyways. It might look like some living shorelines offshore on the pass side where you can, raising the seawall a foot or two in the interim. And then the Army Corps beach nourishment in 22 and 28 coming on the Gulf side. But over time, long term, it becomes more radical. And sea level and groundwater have a one-to-one relationship in a sandy environment like this. So every foot of sea level rise is a foot of groundwater rise. Eventually, that's coming up through the middle of the island. So you need to do something else, starting on the low side. And that's where we started to chip away at that hard edge of the seawall, working outboard and working inboard. So not just building living shorelines outside, but starting to carve away inside and build more lines, change from a line to multiple into a zone. So here's just a kind of conceptual section of what that might look like. You see the note in the middle, remove existing seawall, maybe only partially. Maybe you use that seawall as an anchor for new living shorelines and mangroves, help knock down some of the wave energy, but take over the street right-of-way, perhaps. I realize this is a much longer-term idea. This isn't something that can happen quickly. But faced with the magnitude of challenge over time, you maybe need to be a little more radical or creative. In addition, elevating homes, there was some conversation at the charrette about what we keep as public space, how we might put in place first right of refusal options. How do you get into the public realm the space that you'll need to adapt in the future? So these are big level numbers, again, kind of per block level. There's no overall one number for Paso Grill because it's so conceptual. But a development adaptation price per block, so that's home raisings, that's some of this new green infrastructure, in some cases along Paso Grill Way, removing some of the pavement on Paso Grill Way, excavating that right-of-way for some living buffers. The edge adaptation, extending that strategy just offshore, and then the beach adaptations, that's a number that's combined the next upcoming Army Corps beach nourishment price tag at $5 million and a jetty reconstruction on the beach side. So maybe that's a good idea to invest in that way for now, as long as we understand how that plays out over time. So before we move into the panel, just kind of an invocation for nature. I think this idea has underpinned the whole day so far, from Alana's introduction to all of the design strategies. And maybe y'all take for granted what you have around here in terms of the natural environment. I hope you don't. But it's a beautiful place, and it's alive. It grows. It can grow and adapt with us over time. So with that, I'd like to invite the panelists here for round one. We have Ashley Painter, who is the Sustainability Coordinator from the City of Oldsmar. We have Whit Raymer, the Sustainability and Resilience Officer for the City of Tampa, and Mike Clark, the Public Works Director from the City of St. Pete Beach. These three folks donated a lot of their time those 2 intensive charrette days with us. And in some ways, it just feels really natural to see y'all, even though you didn't work together, to see y'all here in one place. We'd like to talk a little bit about reflections on the charrette process itself. And just wanted to maybe start with you, Whit, thinking about the experience we had together over 2 days. A lot of city department leadership was there with us, which was a great benefit for the process. And I just wanted your reflection, maybe, how does that process look different or similar from the way you normally work, the way the city normally works?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'll just start by just reiterating my thanks and support for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I have to tell you, Sarah and Alana did an absolutely incredible job over the last couple of months getting this thing off the ground. I mean, honestly, they are such an asset to this community and to TBRPC, and that we couldn't have done it without them. And they were really instrumental in bringing in the wonderful team from Wagner and Ball. And just since I have the mic, I ran into David Wagner when I first got here. And what's so interesting about this whole process for me is, I lived in New Orleans right after Katrina, and I was a young environmental law student and urban planner. And David Wagner really paved the way for this entire conversation to happen here in the United States, starting the Dutch Dike. You guys guys don't realize how lucky we are to have the Wagner and Ball team here in Tampa working on this. They've been thinking about this for 20 years since Katrina. And so on top of the TBRPC staff thanks, I really want you guys to realize how incredible it is to have the Dutch here doing this work with us, because it wasn't easy and it wasn't always natural. Thankfully we didn't have to have a Katrina to have us wake up to this here. We are doing this planning and being resilient ready as this region, and I think that's really fortunate and fortuitous of us. So how is this different? You mentioned this idea of all of these city departments coming to our charrette, and that in and of itself wasn't necessarily an accomplishment, but was certainly a little different than how I had seen projects approached since I started at the city 2 years ago. And I understand why so many of our CIP projects and infrastructure projects and capital improvement projects were done department by department and didn't have the necessary benefit of having a conversation amongst other departments in the community. And that's because there often wasn't resources, there often wasn't money, there often wasn't the facilitation from these types of symposiums to get us to think about that. So the mere fact that we were able, Andy, to get our stormwater department and our parks department in the same room, that was like one of the first times they had really come together and thought about these things. And that's because our stormwater department has done an incredible job managing flood risk and reducing risk to property. And our parks department has done a great job building buildings like this for people to gather and play and recreate. And the idea of combining those two things, it wasn't maybe necessary historically, but as we continue to develop and as we continue to densify and as our rain events continue to get more extreme and intense, our open space is something that we want to, I think, cherish in a different way. And the final point I'll just make is not only was our stormwater department and our parks and rec department in the room, but when we started talking about vacating this street to provide even additional open space, they said, well, of course we'd need to get permission from the city mobility department, the transportation department, if we ever going to think about that. So you know what I did? I picked up the phone and I called Danny Jorgensen, our chief mobility officer, and she came over to the event and said, yeah, we can take a look at this. This was real time, I think, planning that doesn't necessarily happen when you go into the office at 8:30 every day and sit down and work on your assigned project. So that's what we're talking about here is really being creative with these processes. So that was one of the best things that I took away from our project.
Thank you. How's that? Okay, thank you. And I think you could feel that in the room. It was a little tentative at first, and then became really exciting. It felt like knowledge in the right place. And we have Alex Awad here in the second row too, so maybe he'll ask a question from the Stormwater Department in Tampa. Thank you for being there, spending so much time with us. I wanted to ask you, Ashley, there were also a lot of city folks from Oldsmar with us. How is this process similar or different from what you've experienced, and was there any special value to help that this provided visualizing some of the things that y'all had already been talking about for years?
Yeah, so that's loud. So we are lucky in our city that we're smaller, so it is easier for us to work together. Not saying we don't have our silos and everybody likes doing their part. So when we did our climate resiliency plan, we actually had every single department represented to build that up, so they got the idea. But the way this charrette was built and how it differed is our resiliency plan was so conceptual with ideas that maybe one day could happen. But this, having people sit down, we had our planning and our parks and our public works, like all the different departments there, seeing an actual visual of things in their head that they've been thinking about, put down on paper, of like, this is a reality, it's something that could actually happen, I think was exciting, and it brought back, I heard a couple of people say, this isn't something new that we've never thought of before, but being able to see it makes it
easier for us to move forward, because bringing a conceptual idea to our councils, to our communities that don't understand how the function works, or you say we're going to change your right-of-ways and make them stormwater, that becomes of like, oh, but I like my right-of-way. I like things the way they are, but showing that you can do that and still make it functional and beautiful and useful takes away a little of the fear that people have. So I think that was a big help for us, just to show that process.
And moving over to you, Mike, in terms of visualization, the kinds of things we were drawing for St. Pete Beach were pretty out there. And, maybe things that no one has ever imagined before and may never come to be. But I'm wondering how you thought about that, what you've reflected on in terms of next steps. What do you do in this kind of challenging environment?
Run. No, thank you. I'd just like to reiterate what Whit said about the fantastic effort that has brought us all here today. There's watershed moments in all of our lives and how we work with our cities, and this is one of them. It was 15 degrees below zero. On a nice sunny morning, I was watching the deer out of my back window after 8 inches of fallen snow, and the city manager called, said, "Hey, Mike, I've got a job offer for you in St. Pete Beach." I said, "I'll take it." He said, I said, "Honey, we're going to the beach." Woo. Forgot that one small portion about sea level rise. Al, we need to revisit my contract here. And now we're here, and I've been with St. Pete Beach not quite 7 years, and we weren't talking about sea level rise 7 years ago, and here we are. And it's not going to stop. It's going to accelerate, much in the same way that my class in college was the first one to be allowed not to use a slide rule, and now here we are. So the folks that are graduating from college this year are going to see more exponential growth in this line of thinking, and that's what we're going to need if we're going to pull ourselves out of the challenges that we face, because where we have been is not where we're going to stay. That's impossible. And somebody mentioned how do we engage with our public? Well, this is the way, because I will tell you that the vast majority of our citizens in our towns, our neighbors, are not aware of the threat that we're facing. Might not believe it either. Well, that's okay. But that picture on one of the very first slides, that was my house. And so whenever it floods in St. Pete Beach, the newscasters always hang out at my street and they want an interview, which I hide in the bedroom and look out the window. So it's real. I really enjoyed the compression of the intellect in the room to get to this point that we're showing here with Robert and everybody on the slides. And I really enjoyed the freedom of thought that was taking place without boundaries and restrictions. And that plug about the permitting agencies restricting our abilities to move forward, it was my insistence that they had to say that. So I'll take credit if anybody gets mad at the three-letter agencies. But if we continue to not allow this community to move in the direction that may result in an initial taking of natural resources in such a way that it builds back better natural resources, then we're falling short. And so my message to all you politicians out there is let the agencies tell you that we need to start doing permitting differently. Otherwise, we're not going to succeed in many places. The thing I'm taking away, what's next from this, is the public discussion as to trying to put into some granularity. This is what we're facing. You know, you get these phone calls. I've lived here for 30 years, and it's never flooded like this before. What are you going to do about it? Hey, I've got this $20 million project. Who brought the checkbook? So, change is required. The charrette process was an outstanding demonstration of where we can begin and where we can go forward. I was very, very pleased to be part of it.
Thank you. And, you know, as an outsider, we can sometimes serve as a scapegoat, a useful scapegoat. So for those hard conversations. But the charrette process is valuable, like you were suggesting, as a tool for community conversation, but also for interdepartmental conversation. It's really a versatile thing, and it can happen with just a few people or a big effort like this. And so for Whit and Ashley, I'm wondering if y'all see kind of the usefulness of this methodology playing out for other projects or other opportunities to kind of glue together different efforts underway.
I definitely see this as a positive for future projects. I think so long in local governments, we have been, each department is their department. You don't really cross boundaries if you don't have to. So these processes, as we move forward, resiliency, sea level rise, it affects every single department. It affects every area. You can't stay in your silos and continue on the same path, because our path that we're on is one that's going to basically mean our cities are gone. So the only way for us to kind of navigate this world is to break down those silos, make sure that we have the people who need to be in the room, and even bringing in the community. I mean, a lot of times we have these great ideas, and then when you go out to the community to put it forward, that's your biggest pushback, because you can see the future, but most people don't. They maybe are thinking to what their kids are going to grow up, but they're not really thinking beyond that. So we're that voice of the future. This is what it needs to be for your kids, for your grandkids, for the safety of what's around. So I think this process kind of gets everybody on the same level playing field, and that is a valuable thing.
I mean, yes, unequivocally, I think charrettes are an incredible tool, both internally and externally. Some cities suffer from planning fatigue. There's too many efforts. I think we haven't reached that point in Tampa yet. We're getting close, because we're doing a lot of public engagement on a lot of different issues, and our mayor has been a champion of making sure that we start with neighborhoods and we lift all neighborhoods up during this process, and that's been her leadership's been incredible in that regard. I can mention two other projects that are not inland that we're starting to kick off, where I think charrette style approaches will be really helpful, and it really goes back to this coastal resilience. It's kind of the types of projects that both of your jurisdictions are working on, which is starting to think about how do you provide offshore coastal resilience or coastal protection, and you do so in a way that residents won't get upset with. So we're working on a small project off Picnic Island, which is on the southwestern part of the South Tampa Peninsula, and it's a big city park, but we're working with the Nature Conservancy and HDR on thinking about some offshore coastal protection ideas, basically some pilot projects. And we're kind of looking at longshore bars and, potentially living breakwaters. And the idea here is, if you look at Tampa, the western side of the South Tampa Peninsula is mostly private seawalls. The southern part is McDill, it's federal land. The eastern part is Bayshore, that's public right-of-way. And then you get down here and it's like kind of dense urban area. So when you talk about coastal protection, seawall protection, already just jurisdictionally, you've got a lot of entities to deal with. So put on top of that, take a private view from a seawall in Culperth Isles or something like that, and you start thinking about putting a living breakwater off of that 40, 50 feet off of shore, that might impact someone's view of the water, but ultimately could be the difference between major storm action and storm surge, and reducing that. we need to get comfortable with and see how far we can push engineering to put offshore protection and mitigation opportunities in place. And so we're looking at Picnic Island and of course McKay Bay Basin, and the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. We're working with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation on a similar project over there. And I think charrettes and sketching some of this stuff out, and maybe even doing some small design build projects to get folks comfortable with how the view from their window might look different, and it's not going to be cheap, and it might not be the view that you're used to, but that could be the difference between your house being there during a big event or not. And so charrettes are an incredibly valuable tool.
We recently have been designing a couple of roads that were mentioned. In every road renovation project we have, we incorporate stormwater into it, and we have public meetings now. And my thinking after participating in this charrette was that I should probably encourage us at St. Pete Beach, the staff, to move these public meetings more towards a more interactive, not maybe a complete charrette process, but a more interactive public engagement process. We can, kind of a mini charrette, because as my observation of our citizens is what was just mentioned. You're going to change my view, and you are who exactly? And no, I paid $1 million for this house, and you're not going to change it. And I don't care who you are, and I don't care what's happening. And so in a completely built-out environment, there's like one spare lot in Pass-a-Grille, and no, it's not for sale. And if you think that I'm going to easily change and take Pass-a-Grille and create this new environment and use these shell alleyways as water transportation networks and things of that nature, no. You're not going to walk into our citizen community with those kinds of ideas and you think you're going to have success. All of us are going to have to think about the solutions are going to have to be part of the public discourse for the people that live there. Because when it boils down to the end of it, it's money. Money to make the projects work. But in our case, it's money to find the space to make the projects work and to change people's living, their environment. I inherited my house from my grandparents, and I'm going to give it to my children. And well, here's a message for you. Your kids aren't going to be able to occupy it because you can't get to it. And so the science and the belief and all that, we've got to take this charrette concept, in my opinion, and bring it back into the public conversation when we start these projects out. Early on, it might take 2, 3, 4 years, but in the end, I think that's a much better way of trying to move these ideas forward and protect what we possibly can. So I'm going after public engagement more so than I've ever done before as an engineer. As an engineer, you just think, public? Yeah, they don't know anything. I got this. Well, no, we're going to have to flip the script and use charrettes in a way that advances our ability to help our citizens out.
Before I transition to some questions, just wanted to say to y'all three, thank you again sincerely for buying in to the process and spending so much time with us. And I think it's a success. It's success as a tribute to y'all and to the rest of the city staff who participated as well. Thank you. So I wanted just to offer maybe a first reflection moment for another of our colleagues, Edgar Westerhoff, who's the Flood Risk and Resilience Director for Arcadis. He spent some time with us too and has worked with us over the years. But maybe first opportunity, and then we'll open it up.
Sure, yeah. Well, maybe it worked without the microphone. Can I come up here?
Maybe for the live stream.
Thank you. I was most intrigued. Well, by now you understand I was intrigued by the understanding of risk in our group. So when we were in our Oldsmar team, the way risk was explained to us, but also the perception of risk. Knowing that risk is, a factor of probability multiplied by consequence. Probability is a very abstract thing. I heard several times in our group that, the 1921 flood was a serious occurrence in the neighborhood, which brought water up to the ceiling. And knowing and seeing the area, work the area for a couple days, many houses don't have a second floor. So what does that actually mean? 1921, water up to the ceiling, sea level rise, climate change. How are these effects going to be even worse in the future? Well, there's no question that, the consequence is huge. This could be a potential knockout. And I think the best proof that investing in resilience pays off, and we've seen a couple of examples already, is by experiencing the devastation of a flood. New Orleans, David Wagoner. I'm based in New York City myself. Sandy, most recently Hurricane Ida. I mean, risk is not something to take for granted or to read about in a report or to see a floodplain. This is a very serious issue, which is also urging the Dutch, to come up with a level of protection of, up to once in a 10,000 year, or a chance to die that needs or should not exceed once in 100,000 year. So different ways to look at risk. Oftentimes, the decisions to really invest in flood resilience, coastal resilience, urban water management, are oftentimes made the day after, which, in all honesty, is the worst moment to make these kind of decisions. That's why, indeed, in full agreement of previous observations, these charrettes are so good and so valuable. But maybe to have a question here to Ashley, a bit of a dire perspective, but what would you see for Oldsmar is like the low-hanging fruit? Where would you start to get the shovel in the ground?
Ooh, okay, put me on the spot in front of my city manager. So I think for us, stormwater, just understanding, we did our risk assessment when we did our climate resiliency plan. We know our infrastructure, we know where the flood is coming, and we know, in theory, where we should be working. And through this whole process, what we've seen as the thing that is the most vulnerable is our stormwater system. It is a little bit older. We haven't updated. We update it periodically, but like most of our cities, through time, stormwater is thought of something to get rid of. How do we get it out the fastest? We are very low-lying. Some of our outfalls are partially underwater all the time, as some of our other cities are. So for us, I think our lowest lying fruit is just to understand how to reimagine our stormwater. We are in the process of that in the next coming year of doing a stormwater master plan. And with this process, I think it gave us a boost to rethink, instead of going with the old system of get rid of the water, how do we work with the water instead? So that's something that we haven't really considered before, because like I said, everybody always wants to get rid of it. You don't want your yard to be flooded, but maybe you do want your yard to be flooded so your house isn't flooded. Maybe you want water in the street for a little bit longer so that your other infrastructure isn't impacted. So that's, for us, is just that reimagining and thinking outside of the proverbial box of what we can do.
Can I just take a moment to reflect on risk? Because these things baffle me, right? So we were on a call with the National Hurricane Center on Tuesday, and he threw out a probability that the chance of Tampa getting hit by the eye of a storm is 0.1%. Yet, in my former world, I worked in insurance, and Karen Clark and Company says that we are at the most at-risk area for storm surge in the entire country. In the last 9 months, we've had 3 100-year storm events. Inland flooding in the United States is more costly and deadly than coastal flooding. Hurricane Irma caused more damage outside of Florida than it did in Florida. So those are just a couple of facts off the top of your head. So when you think about risk, one more for you. Sea level rise in Tampa won't really have impacts until 2050 at least, and even then 80% of the parcels that are affected, and it's about 1,200, are publicly owned parcels. So if you're sitting up here in my seat, how do you message to the greater community, Andy, that sea level rise actually, we're here in Tampa, we're probably pretty good for the next 30 years. After that, it goes up exponentially, and the scale at which it can go up between 2 and 8 feet is vastly different. So, risk is a really interesting thing. And I'm not an engineer. For the engineers in the room, how do you, as an engineer, when you want to design with certainty and you're taught to design using, non-stationarity, you take historical rain records and maybe you build in a couple of degrees of uncertainty to, cover your tail. But how do you design for these events when you think about uncertainty and using data that is continually changing and based on how quickly we mitigate our carbon emissions? It's really, these are tough questions. Sorry, I just thought I'd reflect on risk a little bit.
Mike's got the answer.
I have a answer. We recently set our seawall height in our code of ordinances to 5 feet NAVD 88. No big profound revelation there, but how did you get to 5 feet? What risk? Why? My seawall's at 2.5 feet, and I've been happy for 50 years. And who are you to tell me I got to spend twice as much money now? Well, the risk is, don't care. So we had to take a look at the whole water threat portfolio. There's all kinds of different storms out there short of the Mexico City scenario. But we've also, the average high tide of the last 10 years is enough to overtop 7% of St. Pete Beach's city-owned seawalls. In the year 2040, that projection is going to overtop 78% of the city's city-owned seawalls. Extrapolate that out to the 3,000 privately owned seawalls, and we've got risk. And the trick that we're trying to use is transparency and showing very clearly in a very public fashion, these are the things that we incorporated into our decision-making process. What say you? And the answer has been so far, oh yeah, you're right, I have seen the water come over my seawall. And my neighbors too, that son of a gun. He needs to fix his seawall. And so, again, I'm going back to the public engagement piece. So when we talk about risk, we've got to find a way to have our citizens be part of that analysis and then inculcate it and accept some sort of inconvenience that's coming their way, financial or property or whatever it's going to be. So that's what we're trying to do at St. Pete Beach.
Got time for a couple of questions, and I saw an early hand over here by the screen.
Thank you. Just a quick question about doing improvements out in front of, into the water side of people's properties and their riparian rights. As part of their property rights, part of their property value is that view of the waterfront out to the navigable channel or the waterway. Do you anticipate that eminent domain will be a big part of these infrastructure changes moving forward?
I don't get the sense that there's a big appetite for using eminent domain for these types of projects. Our hope is that people, if we do our job right, people will want it. If we explain it right, if we communicate right, if we get buy-in, that people will be raising their hands for this stuff, right? I mean, hopefully this lowers insurance premium. Yeah, I mean, right? Thank you for raising your hand, Chris. That's the hope, Chris, is that people will see that this is a community benefit. I mean, we are at a CRS rating of 5 here in the city of Tampa, and we're shooting to go for is it 6? Do we want to go up, right? We want to go down. We want to go down to a 4 if we do a citywide watershed master plan, and lead with that. Lead with incentives. I know Chris is with the port, and we have this whole submerged land thing with the port, and if you go into McKay Bay, where I talked about that one project, actually the entire frontage of the seawall on the seaward side is all platted out. Those are all individually owned parcels, submerged land parcels. So I've got a $3 million earmark into Kathy Castor's office for a brick grant through FEMA. And if we're going to do anything with that seawall, we're probably going to need to get easements or permission or buy out those parcels of submerged land. So, but like, what are those people going to do with parcels of submerged land? They can't do anything with them, but they're going to make money off of the city or the federal government so we can buy them and hopefully protect their homes. Just, you know, you can replay this scenario all over the city, just depending on the site and the situation. But to answer your question, yeah, I don't think the stormwater department's ever used eminent domain. Is that right? We hope to incentivize and hope to lead by example.
I'd love to take just one or two, maybe two more questions. Anyone else? See a hand on the wall over there.
Hi, I kind of just have a comment to go along with what you guys were just talking about, because I think, you know, the discussion of economics along with, or the valuation of some of these is important, and the creativity behind that, you know, and it's like, how do you talk people into, you know, accepting an ordinance, or, you know, incentivizing or de-incentivizing certain options. And one of the things I thought of is, you know, like, hey, you want to promote offshore, you know, protections that highly likely is going to be funded federally or locally or whatever, you know, but then you have the person that's like, why do I have to double the size of my seawall and pay that? Well, maybe we can, you know, say, hey, well, if we do these offshore improvements, maybe you won't have to put that seawall in, and then start moving in some of those creative kind of movements to do restoration and whatnot and alternatives. So just my suggestion, you know, the economics and value that goes along with that is really important for that outreach component.
Well, everything looks like design to a designer, so I second that too, creativity in every way. I think we're about out of time. One more question?
One more.
Okay.
So I know we keep talking about communicating to the public, but this is a ULI event. So my question is, how are developers in the development community, how can they be part of the solution? What are the current challenges, or what are the problems that you're facing with the way things are, and what would you guys suggest moving forward?
I'll throw out more comprehensive coordination on staff when developers come to us with their ideas and permit requests. I guess I'll just leave with a note of hope. In a very low-lying neighborhood in St. Pete Beach that is definitely facing eminent domain issues, say 50 years from now, I had 3 neighbors approach me with a designer, and they said, hey, we want to incorporate a living shoreline along the perimeter of our properties because of all the things that we've heard you say. And will you help us? It's like, wow, okay, I'm on top of that. And so there's hope with that public discourse. I was very, very pleased and it all came out of the design charrette.
I mean, I'll just say I think developers need to continue to invest in their projects like they're investing in a community. I mean, we see, one of these buildings was sold 2 years ago and then sold again for $50 million more. I mean, this idea of building something and then flipping it and getting kind of leaving the community, I think is really unfortunate. And I would just encourage all the developers, and I think if you're a developer and you're part of ULI, hopefully you're one of the good guys, because ULI is an incredible network of folks. And thanks to ULI, by the way, since I've got the mic one more time, they did an incredible job actually funding. I should mention this. After we did our charrette, ULI funded a one-day in the neighborhood, because these charrettes that we did were really staff focused. ULI funded us to go out into the North Tampa Closed Basin neighborhood, rent some bounce houses, get some trap dogs, and we brought our community outreach team out there, and we actually showed them what we came up with and asked for reactions. And so ULI was a huge sponsor of that. But my hope is that the development community continues to be creative and invest in water management and solar, and they can do that through benchmarking like LEED or any creative process.
I'll kind of add that I think having the development community actually engage with the citizens and the community that they're building in. The coming in for one project and leaving, as Whit was talking about, that they get no involvement and they don't really understand what the community wants and what they see. So coming in and spending some time, maybe going to council meetings, doing some public engagement, talk to the staff of the municipalities or the communities to kind of gauge what it is that they value before just throwing something up, because every community is different and every community values something differently, and how it would work with the plan. And just understanding, like, you know, if they have these stormwater plans, they have these resiliency plans, actually look at them and read them and see what their goals are before you throw something up and kind of go up against whatever it is that we're trying to do as a whole.
Well, maybe we can continue this conversation over a short networking break before Mayor Castor's remarks. So thank you all again.
Now enjoy a short break. The Resilient Ready Symposium will resume shortly. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume.
Good afternoon.
Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume. Please return to your seats. The Resilient Ready Symposium is about to resume.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's my privilege to have the opportunity to introduce our next elected official. Jane Castor was elected the 59th mayor of the city of Tampa in 2019 after serving as a police officer for 31 years in her hometown, eventually becoming the first female police chief, a position she held for 6 years prior to her retirement. Under Mayor Castor's leadership, the past 3 years have seen major success in enhancing workforce development, establishing sustainability and resilience, improving infrastructure and mobility, increasing housing affordability, and strengthening community-centric services. Progress in these areas create a more resilient Tampa, lifting up the community for generations to come. Mayor, on behalf of the Regional Planning Council, please accept our congratulations on the success of your administration and for your leadership on the topic of resilience. Your team at the City of Tampa has been great to work with special kudos to Wet Remmer and Alex Awad, whose commitment to resilience is evidenced in their work. And to the entire City of Tampa team, thank you for your support for serving as project administrator for this project. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce the Mayor of the City of Tampa, Jane Castor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a great audience, and what a great opportunity and honor it is for me to stand before you in this wonderful establishment here. I've been to so many events here at the River Center, and it just never gets old. It is so exciting to be here right on the river, without a doubt. Years ago, when I actually was able to go out on my boat, I lived down on the river, I would take a picture of this every time I'd go by at night, and I would send it to Bob Buckhorn and say, look what you did. A great project. But it's so nice. I appreciate the recognition of Whit, Alex, and all of the city staff and what they have been able to do as it pertains to resiliency and sustainability in our community. You know, when I first came into office, water is, I personally believe, is going to be the greatest resource worldwide in very, very short order. Obviously, some places it already is. And so what we do to conserve, to reuse, to mitigate flooding, to deal with stormwater is critically, critically important to not only the success of our communities, but to the health and well-being of all of our residents and visitors here in the Tampa Bay area. And so when I first took office, I always say to our staff, I say, now we need to do, whenever I say we, I said, you know that means you, right? And they're like, yeah, we know, we know. So my assistant chief, John Bennett, he and I have been together forever, it seems like, from the police department to the city. I had a presentation from the Dutch and what they do to live with water, to deal with water. And so I asked John if he would go over and take a look at that. So he went over spent some time with the experts over there and came back with a number of outstanding ideas. And one of which was we definitely have to have an officer, resiliency and sustainability officer. And I would say that we not only hit a home run, but a grand slam by being able to hire Whit. He has done an incredible job. And we put together the Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force, and it has everyone from a high school student to many of you here in the audience, experts in your particular area. So I thank you all for your service and the development of the Resilient Tampa Plan. With the 58 initiatives on there, that we are well on our way to accomplishing the vast majority of those, and we will. It's something that we keep our eye on every single day, and what keeps us appraised on. I told him not to look at himself as a party of one, but that he has a team of 4,700 people behind him to get those tasks, those initiatives accomplished for our community. But I want to thank the Regional Planning Commission for bringing this group together. I also want to thank the Urban Land Institute for providing us with the technical expertise on our North Tampa Basin project. It's very exciting for us to be able to take some of the stormwater areas and then some of the additional areas that we have purchased residential homes, and to be able to connect all of that through activate it for our community. We have done that in one of our CRA areas, but this by far is the largest project, and it also will be a one-of-a-kind in the North Tampa area, and very much needed. So it will be something that is very functional as far as collecting our stormwater and being able to filter that as it goes down into our aquifers, but also dealing with flooding issues and to try to mitigate that. But most importantly, it will be able to activate and connect our community. And that's what we really need to do, is to look at all of our space and how we can utilize it to its best purpose. So I thank the Urban Land Institute for that technical expertise, and also for funding some of this. I thank you, because that's the ticket right here. What we've brought everybody together to do is to dream big and to think of what we can do that is going to be the most impactful in our communities. And we do have the experts in here. But then what happens when all of the wonderful ideas hit my budget office? That's where you hear that screeching stop sound. But we're doing everything we can to be creative in that area as well, looking for grants, looking for ways that we can leverage funding through partnerships. We thank the state DEP on that as well for a lot of the funding. But I know there are a number of projects in the Tampa Bay area that will be impactful to the entire community. But for us, this particular project, the North Tampa Basin, is going to be transformational for that area. But I look forward to working with all of you, not only as it pertains to our water supplies, our water sources, but also on any projects, any ideas that will make our communities more resilient and more sustainable. And not only as it applies to the environment, but as it applies to our neighborhoods as well, because that's as critically important as our environment. So thank you all for what you do. I appreciate it. I am behind you 100%, and will do everything that I can to further these projects at the local, state, and federal level. Thank you all, and I hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Take care.
Please welcome to the stage founder and president of Real Building Consultants, Taylor Ralph.
Thanks again, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Castor, for the kind remarks. I'm glad that she was here. Our panel now addresses some of the comments from Mayor Castor as well as the last panel. How do you engage with the community and how does that affect projects? And so I'm really, really honored and excited about this discussion we're going to have. I want to bring forward, please, Mr. David Wagner from Wagner and Ball. Thank you for being here. Robert DeKoning from Landscape Architect B&T. Frank Kroom, Community Engagement Coordinator, City of Tampa. And Sustainability Program Administrator Laura Thomas from City of Largo. So I'll do my initial slides from up here, if that's all right. So, you know, why are we here, and why are we talking about the problems of flooding and sea level rise and, you know, community health, et cetera? It's really about the fact that we are human beings and we live in this world together, and we've created a lot of problems that we are all dealing with and are challenged by, and the environment's fighting back and it's going to win. And you take out that layer of people and the water's fine. The water will do what the water's going to do, but obviously we don't want that to happen. We want to mitigate that. We want to control it. We want to try to make our world a better place. We want to try to make our lives better. So I think the last couple of discussions have been really excellent. I'm so excited that this is a discussion happening with a room full of people in Tampa, Florida, a LEED for City and Community Certified city, and a LEED for Cities and Community Certified county. As a born and raised Tampanian, I never thought that this would, you know, kind of be the kinds of discussions that we're having in 2022 here. So I'm excited to be a part of it and excited that everyone's here. But, you know, infrastructure supports people, and that's, I think, something you've heard throughout the day is you know, all of these decisions, we can deal with it. We can build infrastructure to deal with the water, but how does that make our lives better? How does that make our communities better, safer, more economically prosperous, healthier, et cetera? Next slide, please. And so I was honored to be a part of the discussion with the City of Tampa on the Reinventing Stormwater Ponds Technical Advisory Panel. I was also a part of the Realizing Resilience panel with the City of St. Petersburg years ago. And this image from Sherwood Engineers, who are a great green infrastructure engineering firm, and they were also a part of the technical advisory panel, is very similar to another diagram that was shown earlier from all of the pilot projects that Wagner and Ball and Robert worked on. You know, thinking about these problems and water as a system, as a watershed, not as a localized problem, but as a network problem. And Brian Cook from Applied Sciences will be talking about that later as well. And he has a ton of amazing slides on the historic patterns and flows of water in our community, and you should hit him up for those. Those are really cool. But this is a great, you know, we were looking at these individual stormwater ponds around the city of Tampa, and Josiah Kane from Sherwood's like why? Like, we need to be thinking about this at scale. We need to be thinking about this in different scales, and we need to be thinking about what matters where. It's going to be different solutions for different places. So the work that's going on here with these charrettes has continued that conversation in a meaningful way and engaged the community in a meaningful way. We'll talk about that now as well. Next slide, please. And you know, this kind of wraps it up. You know, all of the engineering plans, et cetera, like, on a drawing, we review drawings at Real Building Consultants every day for really meaningful projects throughout the Southeast and Tampa Bay. No CAD drawing has a person sitting there in the bench. No CAD drawing has someone, you know, pulling their bike up to the bike rack, right? Like, there's a bike rack. Well, here, you know, we have a person walking through these spaces. And this is really what it's about, right? It's about how is someone going to use our community? How is someone going to benefit from the infrastructure that we're putting in? And if you talk to someone like Ryan Gravel in Atlanta and the Atlanta Beltline kind of visionary, you know, he has a book that's a really great book you should read. It's called Where We Want to Live. And I think that's really what it's all about, is where do we want to live? What do we want Tampa Bay to be? what kind of community do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a walled-off community to stop stormwater surge? Or do we want to build green infrastructure that allows us to live our lives in a very meaningful way throughout the year? And when we do have these rare events, and maybe they're more frequent than we hope, we can manage that, but we also can get back to normal quicker and be more resilient in that manner. And so I think that those are things that we think about at Real Building Consultants. And these are things that Wagner and Ball and the Dutch, City of Tampa, everybody is thinking about this in very, very deep ways. And so I'm excited for this conversation, and I'm going to join the panel, and we'll get going. Hello? All right, Frank. So Frank, at the City of Tampa, you are the Community Engagement Director, and, we kind of wanted to start the conversation in that manner where, it kind of starts with a problem, right? There's a problem in the community. There's flooding, there's health issues, there's infrastructure issues, et cetera. And usually the community's either complaining or there's some sort of major need, and they come to the city and they say, we have a problem, you need to fix it, please fix it right away, right? But at the city, and we're talking, in the past panels about integrating the approach and kind of going cross-discipline and making it a more comprehensive approach. How can the city and how can your department and city divisions kind of define better who is the owner of the project and who is going to have a seat at the table, and kind of talk us through that ideal process and what maybe the City of Tampa is doing to kind of improve the way that community engagement is occurring here?
Well, thank you, Taylor. First of all, I would like to thank you, ULI, as well as the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council for inviting me into the conversation. I would also like to say thank you again to Mayor Jane Castor for all she's done to uplift Tampa. As it relates to my role as a community engagement coordinator for the City of Tampa, this was, I think, a very interesting problem to have, as you say. But it also provided lots of opportunities. When you start using the word stakeholder and who has a place at the table, I would say that there's room for all, in a sense that this is a chance to bring together people who have a like-minded mission to get rid of flooding or to lessen flooding in the community. So therefore, you've got your city experts, your environmental experts, as well as the individuals who live within the North Tampa Closed Basin. By the way, you all know it as the North Tampa Closed Basin, but what I will tell you is that it's actually made up of 3 communities. One of those communities is called the North Tampa community. Another community, it's called Tampa Overlook, and it's also University Square. So from my perspective, it's about connecting people with resources, making sure that they understand that they do have a place at the table and they need to be there up front in the beginning of the process. And what this does, it excites the people who are in the community, and it also gives the experts the opportunity to better understand how the community feels. I've got a few slides here, but we'll go through that as we continue our conversation.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And Laura, as a sustainability director, and obviously with what we do on a day-to-day basis, integrating the thoughts of sustainability and resiliency, and this is something that Whit and every other sustainability director I know deals with. It's, you come into the role and everything's a sustainability or resiliency problem, but how do you how can you integrate sustainability and resiliency better into the process of just defining what the project is and who's going to be involved in the project and what the outcomes could be?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think that it's so important to recognize kind of how you were saying that from the beginning the community is involved. At least at the City of Largo, our sustainability and resilience program has a foundational model called the social determinants of health. It's actually a public health model, and that centers everything in the individual, in the community, in our neighborhoods. And so by kind of flipping the paradigm, I think you're better able to have your community define those problems, right? I think the age of subject matter experts, engineers, city officials, city staff members, of identifying the problem, defining the solution or designing the solution, consulting with the community, and then implementing it is no longer appropriate because it doesn't meet the needs of our communities, especially communities on the front lines of climate change. And so what we need to do is to bring those individuals in at the beginning. Here, look at those beautiful faces. You can see our community connectors. So these are individuals, as well as some staff members, who are actually being paid to work on our sustainability and resilience plan update, right? We pay our consultants, we pay our team members, we should also pay our community members who are putting in the time and effort to help define what those problems are, as well as the solutions. So I think it's really flipping it on its head, thinking of different ways to do those charrettes so that we can start to define those problems better. You'll find me at the bus stop or the Family Dollar or the Hacienda Market on the east side of town, right? Engaging with those individuals where they're at, where they're comfortable with, and where they live their lives. And I think that gives you a really different scope and a really different way to figure out where those problem statements come in.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly, I mean, this is such an innovative idea, I think, in terms of empowering these community members to be your kind of acolytes into the community and helping share the information, share the knowledge, get the honest feedback from the community. And I think that's something that's happening throughout the Tampa Bay area, is that community engagement is becoming a much bigger part of these large projects and even small projects. And City of St. Pete, for instance, did a really interesting engagement around the Trop site redevelopment, and that's kind of an ongoing thing, but there were some really good meet the community where they are kind of engagement sessions, and I think this is kind of the next level of that, where you have a group of people that are able to, on a day-to-day basis, just drop a subtle sentence or two to their neighbor that then becomes a sentence or two to 5 more neighbors maybe. What do you hope to achieve with that in terms of just like short-term versus mid-term, long-term outcomes with this group?
Yeah, I think in the short term, it's kind of testing the waters and seeing how this works, right? How do we even on a simple level create invoices for people that are living daily lives and somehow need to get paid, right? They're busy, they're working and involved in their community. So the short term, it's testing that. And I think on the longer term, and this takes years, but it's really about shifting power and decision making back into the community, right? We as local governments, historically have not recognized that power and have not recognized the ability of the community to self-organize. And I think working towards that, this is our first true attempt at doing this transparently and trying it in this manner. So it's not going to get us from that consult to community-led shift, but it will start to build that process, and hopefully we can utilize this model for many other programs, projects, and services within the organization.
And Frank, the Rome Yards project was the first community benefits agreement that the City of Tampa has completed, and that was a result of a lot of community engagement and kind of getting the community to help understand what they want out of this development. And so now we're going to kind of transition into the design side of things, right? The governmental agency has the problem. They know there's a problem. The community is telling them about it. The environment is telling them about the problem. And then they need a design team to help them evaluate the solutions, the potential solutions, and also engage the community. So how, Mr. Wagner, how do you see this kind of evolving from your work from the devastation of Katrina and the new solutions of multi-benefit infrastructure, green infrastructure, and obviously the problems of educating a community around those disaster potentials as well as the infrastructure required to help solve it? How do you work now as a firm that's probably different than you did 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. This drawing is one that Robert made 15 years ago, talking about adding water in a neighborhood in New Orleans, and we continue that, and we basically were in a remedial course. You don't want to be where New Orleans was. I would if you go to the next image, I think we really still don't fully understand what's happening with groundwater there. You know, the subsidence induced is by pumping, by public works, pumping out groundwater, and the streets are an adventure to drive. We hadn't thought really about building a water system like the next drawing shows. How would you think about, please go forward if we have these images, you know, how would you think about constructing a city below sea level that actually could survive? So we're a bit lost. I think one of the problems you have is that we see separations where there are no separations. You know, the design community is part of the community. In an event like Katrina, we were back standing and trying to do something about it. What we saw was there wasn't much technical knowledge because we had given that authority to the water board or to the Corps of Engineers. We hadn't learned it ourselves. We were not educated. We didn't have much of a civil society that knew how to talk to each other. So how do you go forward in that condition? Next image, please. But over time, you know, by persistent action, we've been able to get money for New Orleans, $141 million in the Gentilly Resilience District. You can see the drawing that Robert first made that evolved through a water plan that goes through another thing. None of this is meant to be abstract or theoretical. I mean, you can write novels or you can write treatises in philosophy, but this is a practice, architecture, design. So, you know, the intention is to build. The intention is by building to learn, and by learning to transform and to continue. So if you go to the next example, in Norfolk we did this, and in Norfolk, Virginia, they have a city manager form of government that functions at a high level. They have it's military, and they get stuff done. And we make this drawing that was overly optimistic, and that money shot ends up being a casino with a tower there. It's almost like you will into existence something you didn't wish for. But the next image, please. We also got, for Norfolk, $120 million through these Dutch Dialogues processes, and it's built. 95% built, working with Arcadis here in Moffett Nickel, and it's a coastal community of the future. Now, if the learning stops at building, again, we're not following the agenda, because the agenda is by operating and maintaining, we learn, we educate, and we improve. That's the way the Dutch have gotten better, by improving. The next image, please. And is that, next, please? And we continue, having seen something in Dutch Dialogues, and they move through this process, they go to the next project, which is a large stormwater park, blue-green, that actually is daylighting a creek and actually is a public housing redevelopment, where we're designing a bridge and we're going forward with the next step in action to create this city of the future. Next, please. So last of images, and I can stop talking about to image, which is what architects do. You know, worship them like we're not supposed to. But you know,
really
if you,
pretty images, though.
Yeah, but and we like that. We fall for those pretty images. But you know, trying to understand now in Charleston what a system really is, and this is the kind of thinking you want to learn from smart people. You know, you're going to learn one way or another. You might as well learn from people who've been through some stuff. And the Dutch have done this for a long time. And so, you know, this perspective of a polder, of building a system that can manage itself water-wise. Next, please. And then trying in a more American way, because we have intact nature that long ago was eradicated there. And I think if you start to say, well, how do we reserve and grow and defend, and what's the gradient? Because there really aren't lines. Next, please, and last. We stepped into, after Dutch Dialogues, after this comp plan thing, looked at negotiating really with the Corps of Engineers for the city. Because the Corps is going to build a wall around Charleston. Well, you don't want a wall around Tampa, and this is pretty big, and you know Charleston, it's a museum, and you don't really want to certainly look at a wall. And so we began to negotiate, bringing other parties through design into the conversation critically. And we should not ever forget the ports, the medical universities, the medical districts, and all that. They're also stakeholders. They don't typically come to the game. They won't show up at the same point. ULI will come to certain events, but when it's down to the community, then how do you bring everybody into the conversation? And that's the advantage of being able to visualize and iterate.
Yeah, I think the visualization is so important, Robert, and you know, working for the very limited time I did in the room where you all were having the charrette, I mean, you can talk to a community about sea level rise, you can talk to them about the dangers of flooding, but until they really understand that in a real way, like their house is flooded or something, it's hard for them to really think that that's going to happen to them. And on the flip side, when you say, well, we can design solutions to help save this from happening or mitigate the issue, if they don't see what that looks like, and if they don't believe in what it might look like, you're not going to get anywhere. And so, talk a little bit about how you approach that engagement, both at the public level, but also within the governmental organizations.
Yes. Well, thank you, Taylor. And in fact, you say that in your introduction, talking to people. I never leave my home without my pencil. It's the thing that you don't have to talk with words, but talk with images. And I think that's very important. And I also heard it a couple of times saying by others, because with images you can tell a whole story, not just a sentence. There's more behind those drawings. And by example, this is one of the main projects I designed in the Netherlands. It's the depoldering of the Noordwaard. This used to be a just mono-functional agricultural landscape. And by putting it as the water safety issue in, that the river on top of it can overflow into this area, we got a new freshwater tidal area. It's becoming every year even more beautiful. There's a lot of recreational spin-off. People also living down there on mounds. There's limited agricultural use. Ecological value is very high. So making new landscapes is a thing which you can design, and well, that's important. Next, please. And we have in Holland we have a quite big tradition in designing a landscape, and we have the approach of it. We call it the so-called layered approach. That you first have to understand how the substrate layer works, how it's with the water system, how it's with the groundwater. That's why Roelof Stuurman of Deltares is also in every workshop we do involved, because he's the Dutch expert of it. Because the substrate layer have to do with a long history and vulnerable things like the groundwater, which changes very slowly. So you have to be very aware of what it is working. And the second layer is the network layer. That's kind of layer with high startup costs and long startup times, 20 till 80 years, when you have to invest in bridges, in waterways. And the upper layer, that's the layer which you can transform, in fact, easier. So it's the occupation layer with the housing, the dwellings, the recreational issues. They can change on high speed. So this is a kind of design tool for us to understand and to make things work. Next, please. And in the Netherlands nowadays, we have a so-called Delta Commissioner on a big Delta plan, and all kind of things which has to do with the resilience are coming around on that platform. And there we have some experience now with that. And I also noticed that the things that we are talking down here are getting close to that. So that's very fine, because we think that it works. With making a long-term vision, by example, not for the next 10 years, but to 2050 or 2100, make it an integrated approach with a regional orientation. Well, there's also things that in this Tampa Bay area are getting along. So very fine, very good. With a very important thing, the cooperation with the different administrators, with core values, solidarity, flexibility, and sustainability. And with preferring of the nature-based solutions. So not only doing things technical by building concrete walls, but to see how the system works and that ecological things can make advantage of it. And the monitoring and evaluation are all inclusive in that way. And the last slide, please, because that's really new effect from the last 1 or 2 years. That at the main project in the Netherlands, a so-called integrator is taking place in the project managing team. And that's a kind of specialist which focused on integration and connecting projects and people, and who looks for overlaps and opportunities, so that nothing is missing and that we're not all working in those silos, but that walls are being tear down and that we work together and try to make it a more integrated plan with more use and value for everybody.
I think that's so important, and I'm going to give Sarah a second to get back to some slides that Frank has, and we have more time that's on this timer here. So I love what you say about the overlaps and opportunities in the integrator, because we work on that every day to try to integrate sustainability and health and resiliency into a project, and we really bring people to the table, the architects, the engineers, the civil, the owner, the contractor, to all work together. And that's the same thing with what this is bringing everyone together, because what I say to my team all the time is everything is connected. You can't solve one problem by creating another, right? And so the multi-benefit approach and the integrated holistic approach helps you solve a lot of problems all at one time. And there still may be other problems you have to solve additionally, but why solve something just with one solution that solves one problem when you can solve 3 or 4, yeah. Right? And so I don't know either of you want to talk to that or not, but just a thought.
No, well, it seems to be logical, but let's say the truth is that it's not happening often enough, and that's why we walk towards walls. We stick in our smaller rooms instead of that we break down those walls and make a higher standard of our not only our life but also of our living space. And there are too much examples also in the Netherlands, perhaps especially in the Netherlands, perhaps everywhere, where we don't work in an integrated way.
I would just say that was one of the great things about the beginning of this Dutch dialogues. Everybody knew something, but no one knew all of it. There's no Da Vinci here. And, Charleston, we got Black and Veatch and Moffett Nickel and biohabitats, and biohabitats know something that we didn't talk about from years of experience of watching something. So it's when we work together. But this thing about the single purpose, building or use, that's how we spend our money, not how we invest it.
Yeah, that's good. So Frank, taking us back to this room here, this is the charrette room that we spend a lot of time in the North Basin there area. This is actually at the UACDC's community building next to their beautiful garden. I don't know if everyone's ever been there, but it's a really beautiful space. Frank, bring us home here, all right? You got all these knowledgeable people in one room. You're with the city engagement coordinator. Tell me a little bit about what you felt in that moment and how that maybe impacted your work going forward.
I tell you what, first of all, just being in the room with the talented people such as Robert was an amazing experience. So much was being done. We had 2 teams going, and this is what you see behind me here are a part of that team. But I would argue that one of the most important people in the room, especially on the second day of the charrette, was this lady you see right here in the corner. Her name is Douglas Melendez. She's a resident of the North Tampa area. She heard about it from Brian Cook, and so she visited us that day, and she and I had the opportunity to talk. She stayed in the corner. She looked around. She observed everyone in action. We exchanged phone numbers. The very next morning, as I'm driving to the charrette for the final day, I get a text message from Mrs. Melendez, followed by another one, followed by another, followed by another. Miss Melendez had become our neighborhood ambassador for the project. She went to her neighbors from 5 to 8 p.m. that same day that I met her and talked to them house by house about the project and about why it was so important. So in a lot of ways, she added value to what happened after the charrette. I mentioned Brian Cook. I also had the chance to work with his colleague, Elsie Lewis. You can see Elsie up here in the corner. We were at a school, a neighborhood school in the area called Bellwether Elementary. So we had the opportunity to actually interact with them as well. We talked to the assistant principal as well as the principal. We told them about what was going on. We thought this would be a great way for us to interact with the community and have the parents of the students involved. They said, you know what? We've got a community event coming up. Why don't you all come out and tell everyone about it? So we did. Another great opportunity, something we did not expect, but it was very helpful to us in terms of getting people out for the event. The other thing about this area, and I told you it's called North Tampa Overlook. Well, they have a dormant neighborhood association in that area. Because of the efforts that we applied towards this project, we actually got a lot of those individuals to come out, and we're in the process of getting that neighborhood reactivated. So what does that do for the North Tampa Closed Basin and what the intentions are from the design team? It gives you a group of people who are ready to advocate on behalf of the project to city government directly. I can get out of the way, Alex Awad can get out of the way, and the people like Ms. Oaks and Ms. Melendez can take over and champion this project for themselves. I got another thing to share as it relates to this project. You see all of these people here. Again, this was the first time in years since COVID-19 that they had the opportunity to come together as a community. Now, this young lady in the corner, she's also, I think, another success story from all of this. So while I was at the event that Brian put together, I had the opportunity to talk with many parents and many residents, one of which was the parent of a young girl by the name of Olivia. Olivia heard her mother and I talking about the neighborhood and the changes that are to come and the importance of the stormwater project, and she felt compelled to help in some way. She felt compelled to do something. As fate would have it, that following week, I would be back out in that same community to do a community roll call with code enforcement and the Tampa Police Department. And who should appear? Olivia appears. She comes up to me and she says, Mr. Crum, I thought about what you said and I thought about what the design team showed us. I had the opportunity to add input and tell them what I wanted, but I also wanted to make sure that my neighborhood continues to grow. So what did she do? She created a logo or a series of logos for her neighborhood association. So Robert, I think you've got maybe a buddy in the partner on the team here.
That would be very nice. I'm looking for a new internship, though.
That's right. That's right. I'm sure her mother will allow her to come to the Netherlands.
Let she call me.
Yes, sir. But in all, what I want to say is that this has been a very interesting process for the city of Tampa, working again with Brian Cook and all of the people in this room to make it happen. And without community involvement in the beginning, you don't really get those true outcomes at the end. We started this conversation by talking about ownership, right? But in a sense, there's also a chain of ownership. You've got the design team, which then turns over the project to the actual process management and project team. And then in the end process, it goes to the end user, right? Those individuals, those community members that are living with this process. So when Olivia walks out of her community, she no longer will see just detention ponds. She'll see an ecosystem. Yeah.
That's an amazing outcome, and Whit and Brian and Jenna from ULI and TBRPC, I mean, everyone should be proud of that story and those stories there. And that's exactly what we want, right? We want to design and kind of thinking about design to impact the community and engage the community and get them excited about what's what the solutions are.
Yeah, it is, and it's when also the young people, that's the generation where we're doing it for, because we're working for projects with a very long time of perspective, but which has to get on at this moment. So we have that to change that point of view at this moment, and if even young people like Olivia are getting that message, that's beautiful.
And we're going to have Q&A, so get your questions ready, raise your hand so they can find you. But Sarah, Frank was just talking about 2 people, and in that picture, I think you had like 10 people that were community engagement, advocates. So you're going to have a lot more people to talk to very quickly once they get out in the community. So are you ready, and what are your expectations on how you handle that influx of engagement?
Yeah, I think that we're excited as we're evolving and going through the process. We have a really great team on our project, and they've actually spent time with these community connectors, learning about them, connecting with them, sharing their personal stories with them, so that it's this real team that has those interconnections that can work together. So it's going to be a lot of information that's coming in. We're going to have this really unique ability to have kind of a cultural map of our community that we can then plug into a traditional vulnerability analysis, so that when we're looking at our maps and we're designing our projects, we can better understand what perhaps the unintended consequences are on those cultural assets as well in our community. So we're really excited about where it's going. These individuals are so excited about being in this project and participating in this way on their text threads together, talking about what's the next stage for them. So it's really exciting to see, and it's going to bring us a lot of that connection between the scientific data and the scientific-led process and the community-led process.
That's amazing. All right, Q&A time. We have some questions. Mr. Weaver in the back there.
Thank you. I'm Ron Weaver from the Stearns Weaver firm here in Tampa. Thank you for a great panel. The Environmental Defense Fund just concluded a study that showed that by the year 2100, the total number of dollars dealing with disruption by sea level rise for the ports, for our ports, is going to be $25 billion per year by the year 2100. And that's every year, $25 billion worth of effects on our various ports. Since Charleston and Tampa and many others are directly in the crosshairs, what are your thoughts on the effects of sea level rise with respect to our ports?
Any thoughts on ports and sea level rise, economic activity?
Edgar, it's almost a question for you, because you think about these risks and these mega movements. It's interesting how disconnected it all is sometimes. The ports operate almost outside the community in certain places, and I know in Norfolk, where we are looking at the line of defense around Norfolk. This is the Corps of Engineers, but Naval Station Norfolk, which is the largest naval base in the world, is not part of the study. So you're going to study part of we can't keep this up, right? And we have this constant discussion about pieces of the problem, but not a holistic way of understanding it. And, the projections about ports, and that depends upon trade, and it depends on where we get things. And so there are other smaller things that community can do to affect that too. I mean, the Chinese trade is disrupted. What's it done to the ports? What happened to Long Beach? I mean, I don't really have an answer. I'm not a ports expert. I always think, though, we're just beginning work at Chesapeake right now in the industrial waterfront, which has, it's back inland a little bit, and they're worried that they're going to be displaced in time. Well, if they're displaced, then so is everything else along that chain there. So are all these other industries. So are all of us people. But again, it goes back to seeing us as individuals or separate interests, and not an integrated idea, even of a country, right? Or even of a state, maybe, if we think about Florida or wherever. But I think the vitality and importance of the ports, can't be denied. It's a huge economic impact on all the communities where it is, Charleston, Tampa, New Orleans.
Yeah, I think economically speaking, there's a cost of doing something to try to address the problem, and there's also a cost of doing nothing, right? And so I think that's what needs to be analyzed, and that's when you get into the return on investment and what is the impact of not doing anything to address these things. I'll break a little bit of news that's not huge news, but we're working with a very large shipyard here at the port, and they are going to be the first shipyard, I believe, on the Gulf Coast to achieve a certification called the Green Marine Certification. And so what's happening to them? Well, all of their large customers are dealing with federal mandates, international mandates on greenhouse gas emissions and environmental impacts, et cetera, and they're having to answer questions, and they're having to address that through their business operations. And so it truly, these things aren't just environmental issues. These are financial issues. And back to risk, what Whit was talking about. We live in a society that is driven by economics. Well, what are the economics if your house is flooded? What are the economics if you can't get to your job? What are the economics if your family is too ill to be productive members of societies or live a healthy life, right? And so I think ROI is a huge thing, and obviously, Ron, with your question, obviously, these things are big questions that need to be addressed, and again, everything is connected. Everything is connected. It's not, nobody's going to be saved from this, right?
And I'll just say very briefly, thinking back to that risk part, we as local governments aren't traditionally the best at understanding and accepting that kind of risk scope creep. But when you think of a topic like a port, the city of Largo as a community is very much so dependent on the ports in Tampa Bay, in Tampa. And so at what point do we engage in those conversations when we start talking about the sustainability and resilience of those ports, because it is a risk to us as well, right? So where within our resilience planning do we identify external assets that we should be thinking about and supporting as well?
There's a question in the middle here.
I already have a
Dana.
microphone. My question is mostly for Frank and Laura. First of all, wonderful job centering communities and paying those community members. That's fantastic. I feel like a lot of times when local governments do community engagement, they have some freedom to kind of be very self-motivated in how much they do and where they do it and stuff like that. So my question is, what are some ways that you will be seeking to, or that you might be interested in seeking to institutionalize some of these best practices of paying community members, centering those community voices, maybe the neighborhood ambassadors, stuff like that? Thanks.
In terms of what we're doing currently at the City of Tampa, our motto is outreach, engage, follow. We want to make sure that the city is inclusive to everyone. We outreach to everyone, not just the communities downtown, but we're a city for all. We also want to make sure that we outreach to the Hispanic community. When it comes to what happens next in that engagement process, we understand that time is valuable, so we don't want to just provide access through us online or through the internet or coming downtown. We actually bring city government into the community. We have a program called Prosper in Place, where we actually do pop-up events in certain communities. As a matter of fact, we have one tonight in the Woodland Terrace community. And again, it provides that direct access. And then follow-up, whether it be, you mentioned Rome Yard or the City Center at Hannah Avenue, or what's taking place with us here today as it relates to the North Tampa Closed Basin. We like to keep the community informed and make sure when we have other opportunities for engagement and to meet with experts that they are there in that process. In terms of what happens in between that time, it's about making strong communities, because strong communities make resilient communities. So we like to connect people in terms of creating neighborhood associations, and even if they don't want to be a part of a neighborhood association, again, putting them in some sort of group where they feel connected, whether it be the environment, transportation, find points of connection with different individuals.
Yeah, I think what you're doing is so important, and I think we're all learning how to get involved in that process. For us, we are working on having these connectors, these community members, not just help design the solutions, but the process to get there, right? So when we're doing mapping exercises in our community, they have a hand in saying, no, you should ask it this way. No, these are the questions we want you to ask the community. And so that's how they're informing the process to help us better understand how is it different when we engage with the community in this way? How can this be the case study? So to your question about institutionalizing it, it's using it as a case study, having it as a tool, incorporating that standard into the resilience plan to say that moving forward, you will use the equity scorecard, you will use the process of payment, et cetera, in major planning and programmatic efforts. So using it as a case study and integrating it into the plan itself.
I think we had one question over here, and I don't know how much time we have, but one question left. What do we got? The time keeps changing, so I don't know.
Hi.
I'm just going to keep going until you bring the hook.
My name is Devyani Kaur. I work with Stantec. And just till recently, I was with the Environmental Defense Fund, so very familiar with the study. One thing I didn't hear today was how would you use innovative financing mechanisms? And so with EDF, I led a study where we were looking at environmental impact bonds, like green bonds. And actually, we did that study looking at the Port of Fouchon, which is one of the biggest ports. And what we were able to see was that not just the port, but other industries that use the port, we could actually talk to them and see if they would finance these projects. Like, for instance, for Port of Fouchon, there were lots of wetland projects, for example. And how would they be financed? And the mechanism, I mean, it's a little bit complicated, but the idea was that the state government, the Coastal Protection Restoration Authority, would issue these bonds against the funding from Deepwater Horizon BP funding. Which, it's another 10, 15 years that it's going to take. So I'm kind of it's more of a comment than a question, but I think those things are really important because funding these projects is really what counts.
And that is a really great segue into our next panel. And I am getting the hook, but I'll wrap this up really quick.
I'll say that one of the problems, we did environmental impact bonds for Hampton, Virginia. But scale is the question. The scale of project, the scale of money, you've got to have all scales, right? Smallest to the biggest, but the money isn't quite matching the scale of the problem.
Well, thank you all. I want to thank all the panelists here. I think one thing that, I think everyone would agree is that better community engagement, not just at the start, not just in the middle, but throughout, will yield better design. And I think you all as designers and architects and planners probably appreciate a better engaged community that's involved in the process, right? So thank you all. I appreciate it. Loved the discussion and look forward to the next panel on financing. And I am going to bring Sean Sullivan back up to the lectern here.
Thanks, Taylor. Thank you. So thanks for hanging in there. The next panel will be very interesting, a continued process. Next elected official I'd like to introduce is Dan Saraki, who is the mayor of the city of Oldsmar. Mayor Saraki was elected to his post in March of 22 and currently serving in his first term. Mayor Saraki previously served 2 terms in the Oldsmar City Council, seat 2 from 2015 to 2022. From 2016 through 2021, Mayor Saraki served as an active member of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Mayor, the Planning Council remains thankful for your service on our council and for your support of regional resilience. Mayor Saraki is active in the Florida League of Cities, where he serves as a director, legislative advocacy manager, and resolutions committee member. Mayor Saraki was also named the Home Rule Hero Award recipient consecutively since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce to you the mayor of the city of Oldsmar and our friend, Dan Saraki.
Thank you very much for that introduction. That was wonderful. The city of Oldsmar is very proud to be involved and partner with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. As Sean said, I was on that council, and the people that are in this room, I thank all of them for what I learned about resiliency and what we need to do to save our environment. First of all, I want to thank our city staff. They have done an amazing job in helping our city grow and protecting our citizens and our environment. Their hard work has been amazing. When they came to Oldsmar, and I want to thank the city of Tampa for letting us be involved in this grant. When they came to the city of Oldsmar and they presented to us, those boards over there, about the plan, about the resiliency plan to fix our city, to help our city save our citizens, that gave me some great ideas about working with the people and protecting our city. Oldsmar takes sea level rise, storm surge, surface area flooding very seriously. In May of 2021, Oldsmar completed our Climate Resiliency Plan, the CPR, and the associated modeling were the first steps in understanding the effects of compound flooding on the city and its critical infrastructure. We came out with a suite of actions to consider the short, mid, and long-term to get things done. I want to share a short story. In 1997, when I moved to the city of Oldsmar, I built this brand new house. I was all excited because when the salesman said, "You don't need flood insurance," I thought, wow, this is great. Well then, let's go to last year. They changed the flood maps. Now all of a sudden, all my neighbors, all 247 homes, now need flood insurance. You wouldn't imagine the phone calls that I received about getting a bill in the mail that they are going to lose their homeowners association if they don't have a $1,400 a year bill for flood insurance. Our city staff did their due diligence. They invited the city's citizens to come out to a workshop to teach the citizens to get their insurance now before the raise. We only had a couple dozen people show up, but they all bought flood insurance before it was too late. The concept designs today you see all need funding. Funding the resilience projects takes collaborative effort. It takes a commitment from local governments to provide both staff time and capital funds. Additionally, even though these projects may be within a critical jurisdiction, the effects are far-reaching. Municipalities must work with local, regional, and state, federal, and private partners to help fund these larger-scale projects. All cities must work together to better engage our communities to spread the word. There are so many options now to engage different parts of the community. For the CRP, we created a website, used local media, conducted online surveys, hosted virtual and in-person workshops, and provided printed materials. Last year, we created a Save Our Bay program that allows community members to participate in citizen science projects that help improve the water quality and resiliences of our waters, giving them a sense of ownership and outcome. There is no one way to engage with our communities. We must consistently reevaluate the programs and methods we use and shift with the current environment. Our city is blessed to have Ari Olds Park, one of the most beloved and iconic parks right in Oldsmar. In 1995, when I moved to Oldsmar, I actually rented a home right across the street from the park. I loved walking to the park after work, fishing at night, and watching the beautiful sunsets. Today we host live concerts at the park. Countless families come each day to enjoy the playground and the peacefulness of the park. My 3 grandsons absolutely adore this park. I don't know what it is, but they love chasing the squirrels. If you've been to Ariel's Park, you'll know what I'm talking about. One time I tried to count all the squirrels. I got to 20, I gave up. There were so many squirrels. My middle grandson loves going at the bay and collecting a bucket of crabs. He's possessed with crabs, and he collects all these crabs. So the park is just a wonderful place, and we must save it. We must all work together each day to save our waterways, our beaches, and our planet, so my grandson's children and others can enjoy for generations to come. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work. And let's do this together. Let's work together. We can find funding together. We'll get these projects done. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm Brian Cook from Applied Sciences. Extremely grateful to be part of this process. And honestly, since I've been in this region, have been sort of waiting for this day, right? When we have these spatial design solutions, looking at multiple, integrated, layered problem solving. It's like all these buzzwords are all jammed in my head right now, and it's amazing, right? So here we are, we're making it happen. I love it. And like so many of us, or so many of you all that have been speaking up here today have said, it comes down to a point of having to actually do it, to implement it. I can't think of anything better than Mayor Dan introduced that. I'm like ready to run through a brick wall, go do a project right now. Maybe I'll just jump in the river and like put some rocks on the shoreline or something. But anyways, we're going to do this last panel and then get to the festivities. And the last panel will be about implementation and action and funding. So I would like to introduce, we have a really great panel to discuss this. We have Chris Kaufman from NOAA. We have Kristen Lentz from Florida Department of Emergency Management. Councilman Pete Altman from City of Newport Richey, Hank Hottie from Pinellas County, Sustainability and Resilience Coordinator, and Mark Llewellyn from Half Associates, who has accomplished some of this work in Tallahassee area and around the state. And so we'd like to welcome you all here. If anyone needs to do a quick stretch, we're almost through here. But anyways, I'm going to sit down here and join the fishbowl discussion, get my questions out here, and away we'll go. That's on. All right, so thank you for participating in this discussion. I think just as we just heard, one of the comments right before this, right, was, okay, so how do we pay for this? There's already idea, green bonds, all this kind of stuff. And so I guess where I'd like to start with, let's see, we have Kristen from Florida Department of Emergency Management. And so maybe you are responsible for some of the largest grants that are available. So you have the deepest pockets and the most money.
No.
Or at least are partly responsible for handing that out. So, you know, this was an interesting process. It was very quick. Sarah did a nice job earlier talking about how it's part of this kind of rapid response process to get design ideas on paper. You will see there are some cost estimates associated with the projects. You know, these are based on these kind of loose drawings and trying to get a best guess estimate. But I guess to start with, what for the projects that you're seeing come through, to what level of detail do these projects need to be? What kind of criteria are you looking for? What all needs to be involved so that they have a chance?
Yeah, I mean, we administer 3 FEMA federal grants, and we have 1 state mitigation grant. So I'm sure many of you have heard of the BRIC program. Everyone's super excited about it and the potential there. We also have the HMGP, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. There's so many acronyms. And then the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program. So within the federal programs, there are obviously a lot of regulations and loopholes, and everything has to be pretty well buttoned up by the time it gets to us. So we like to say projects should be pretty much shovel ready. There are some opportunities there to have a little bit of wiggle room and maybe potentially phase a project. So within a phased project, it's really allowing you to have some money up front in order to maybe complete your designs or get some of the permitting that might take a little bit longer. You don't have the money to go out and get the permitting. But as far as the scope of work of the project and the budget and all of that needs to be pretty well set. So by the time things get to us, especially for the BRIC program and the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, they pretty much need to be ready to go and have all of the designs and everything pretty well buttoned up.
And I'm going to allow you all to sort of respond to each other, because we had a little bit of discussion about this beforehand, and you all had some really great comments. So feel free to just kind of respond to that, because there are other opportunities besides the BRIC grant and what it requires. So feel free.
Yeah, I think when we were talking about this earlier, you mentioned that, the BRIC program and some of these federal programs are kind of the deep end. And there are definitely other ways to kind of dance around in the shallow end and maybe get things done a little bit quicker and a little bit easier than some of these federal programs can allow for.
So I guess I'll go then. Yeah. And Chris can talk about NOAA and some of the other federal constraints. Something that I've learned in my position is that it's not one size fits all. There's many sizes. And when we were talking about developing proposals and projects for major funding, I did say, hey, we're swimming in the deep end here, and because it can be overwhelming for a local community to think you have to have everything figured out to go get funding, and that sometimes that's not the case on the approach that we take for these large-scale projects. They start small. They start with a problem. They start with an approach. You get internal buy-in. It becomes a capital improvement project, and you know your direction, but you don't have all the details figured out. That's why you go to design phase, for instance, and then in engineering. That's when you figure out in the cost, and there are opportunities out there to get that seed money to be able to begin that process, and you just have to find the right opportunity to allow you to do that, and an opportunity that accepts the problem and the approach, and then trusts that you'll go forward and do the right thing. Luckily, there's some opportunities right now where it's pretty much just a kind of a pre-proposal application. CDBG MIT was like that. The Resilient Florida implementation grants are like that right now. So you give your pitch, they approve it, and then you work with them on the work plan, on some of the finer details, and as part of that, they pay for design. They pay for engineering. They pay for construction if you're ready to go that route. So that's the shallow end is what I call it.
Well, it's important to understand at the beginning how you're going to fund projects. I think that's a lot of times a missing link in successfully completing projects. And also understand what the opportunities are for those grant funds or for other funding. As an example, this first round of grant, Resilient Florida planning grants, there was a total of over, almost $92 million of applications, and $19 million of that was funded. So you can imagine how many years it's going to take to fund those types of projects. So other resources have to come to bear. There's a lot of publicity, a lot of discussion about the money coming through the state for resiliency projects, but there's millions of dollars of work of infrastructure improvements out there that the state will not be able to cover all of those funds. So you got to identify all the resources that you have and leverage every dollar that you can get from the communities to fund projects.
So I guess a question is, where do you start with? So do you start with the grant in mind? I think there's two approaches maybe. There's, there are all these grants out there and we have all these things we want to do and trying to match them up. Or is it more, is there more success embedded within identifying some situation within your community and then working towards a solution? And how do you, I think sometimes for communities that may be difficult to start down a road they don't know that they can follow through on, right? Because maybe there's capacity issue, the funding is not necessarily known. So how do you start down a path that you don't really have full confidence? You know, maybe you're on the other side of that, 91 minus $19 million side, right? And speaking to the community processes, how do you start down that road with a community where you don't want to make promises you can't keep?
Sounds like a question for someone in politics, doesn't it? I'm going on 23 years now in public service, mostly in the city, some in the county. And, you know, what I've heard so far, there can be some great pictures. And I think that's a huge way to communicate to folks what could be. So you have to have that aspirational element in your community that you aspire to not just survive, but to thrive. And then the economic side is not just where are the grants, but where is the future for cities. And now we have labor shortages. So the economics has to come in. And so I was really impressed that the message that I got from today and the message that as a board member of the Florida Redevelopment Association on the state level and as the co-chair of the Sustainability Committee for the Regional Planning Council, that we must work together. We must work together through the cities with our own departments. We have to work together with the city and our counties. Our county, Pasco County, is about to renew or try to renew Penny for Pasco. That takes us to the other lesson today, which is the residents. They are the voters. They're going to be voting for whether to continue the 7-cent tax, sales tax, in Pasco County. The money will be divided between 45% to the county, 45% to the school board, and 10% to be divided among our cities. Fortunately, we don't have to share those with the community development districts, which are the new cities in Florida, the cities without planning departments, without fire departments, police departments. But they're small cities, and they probably have more retention ponds than our cities do from a standpoint of drainage. So how do you engage everybody into the vision and incorporate them all as having a part of the solution? So economics, the dynamics of an exciting project, the hope for a job. I've learned so much myself, I don't know about the rest of you, but paying citizens to help to carry the water, so to speak, is a really an interesting idea and one that can engage those parts of the community. So these type of events are fantastic. But if you wait for the grant, you're not prepared because you haven't done the planning. So really the project has to be the driver, I think, and not just the big project, but back to your point, Hank, all of what else I've seen from what's going to be released in the resiliency study of the menu of the small projects, the bioswales, the entirety of it all. And this is a good segue, I think, to my favorite topic, which is our environment, our marine life, and what does NOAA have to give us?
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing, and maybe while you're talking about that, you can layer in this aspect of planning, because I think that's part of your grant. And I was thinking also maybe, as we fishbowl here, Hank, if you could also maybe add in, you have a project that's had quite many years behind it and had to build up a foundation in order to get to where it's at now. So maybe add that in afterward.
Okay, so my answer to that would be, I think these charrettes are probably a fantastic starting point. So, I mean, this is the momentum that these projects need in terms of idea building and conceptual design. So for the funding opportunities that NOAA offers, we will be supporting projects in habitat restoration that are focused on these nature-based solutions. So those pieces of these larger projects have opportunities to be funded by NOAA and also by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's National Coastal Resiliency Fund. So these are two programs. So the office I work for at NOAA is in National Marine Fisheries Service. So the habitat restoration that we fund for local partnerships is not only habitat, but also habitat for fish. So we have a mission of sustainable fisheries, which in Florida is fantastic, especially for Tampa, because our tourism revolves around fishing. You know, we have a huge recreational fishing industry. We have a huge commercial fishing industry. So in the past, the Tampa Bay area has been very successful in getting grants from NOAA. So the funding opportunities that we will be releasing here in the nearish future are from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So NOAA's Office of Habitat Conservation, where I work, we received $491 million to do habitat restoration nationwide over the next 5 years. So if you do the math on that, we'll have, somewhere under $100 million every year if we do a competition every year for national folks to come in and request habitat restoration dollars. Those dollars can be planning dollars, planning and feasibility, design, permitting, construction, and some level of implementation monitoring. Included in those parts of your standard project are, that is where a charrette can bring you, is to conceptual design or to an idea, or at least bring together your project team. So you can start from where you're at now to come talk to a staff member like me who can help you work on applications for these grants. So I help develop projects. I help develop ideas. I can help guide you through the federal funding opportunities, which are sometimes 30-plus pages long. But we can help you understand at the local level how to be successful in getting one of our grants. NOAA, not my office, but another piece of NOAA also supports NIFWIF's Coastal Resiliency Fund, which I do know some folks in the room possibly, and the Tampa Bay area have also been successful in getting those grants. And those grants, again, are focused on specific planning, design, 30% design, 60% design. So they help you walk through your process with individual funding opportunities. So the money for the nature-based solution components of your projects and for habitat, it's available, and over the next 5 years, you'll be seeing a lot of opportunities through the infrastructure bill. Yeah, and so National Coastal Resiliency Fund this year will be awarding $140 million. So there's money.
Yeah, great. Hank, do you want to talk about just the planning and what you've gone through in terms to build up the opportunity to receive larger funding?
Sure. I've got a small one in the works and then a large one that we just got that I'll speak to a little more heavily. One is that I worked with a colleague who's in the room, Stacy Day, on trying to expand our Living Shorelines program. We've done some stuff with green infrastructure. It's like, all right, what can we do on the coast? And we've talked about that today. So the National Coastal Resilience Fund opportunity came up, and there's all these different buckets. They're like, what do we go for? And it's like, well, we want a living shoreline in front of this seawall, but we have no idea what to do, right? We've got some natural areas where we've had demonstration projects and success. We've partnered with local organizations like the Estuary Program and Tampa Bay Watch and leveraged money and volunteers and got it done. What do we do in front of the seawall that we own? It's at a county park. So we got $130,000 to do 60% design and to do 3 innovative pilot tests, if you will, of different types of living shorelines. And now we just put together a $1.2 million proposal for installation, right? So we're building up. The next one is, and what I was asked to speak about was our Joe's Creek project. Joe's Creek is a large basin in the southern middle portion of Pinellas County. It's in our Lealman community area, which is a CRA, and it's a highly vulnerable population. And I helped us obtain the $17 million that we recently got from DEO's, the Department of Economic Opportunity, CDBG mitigation program that came from HUD. I was surprised to learn that this started 40 years ago. So in '83, Joe's Creek Basin was completed as part of a countywide stormwater master plan. In 2001, the vision plan for future central Lealman outlined Joe's Creek as a linear greenway, and it needed to be safer and more connected. 2016, the CRA plan shows Joe's Creek strategic location as an area for connecting and redevelopment districts and commercial redevelopment corridor. We also got hit by Hurricane Hermine in 2016, so we saw some flooding impacts. 17, the MPO said we needed a study, and they did it. We also finalized the watershed management plan in 2017. 19, we had our Linking Lealman action plan. FY 2020 is when it finally became an internally approved CIP project. And we knew that we needed $51 million for all of it. We don't have $51 million sitting around in our penny funds, so we're trying to leverage different sources out there that would have an appetite to fund a project like this, and then match it with our capital infrastructure funding. So we were successful at getting that CDBG grant funding. We're now going at some of the federal infrastructure funding, and we have grant support from outside sources to help us, go get as much as we can and leverage what we have. So that's one of our success stories of really playing the long game and having an accumulation of local buy-in, involvement, identifying the issues, the approach, and then putting together a comprehensive plan to execute it. We don't have all the answers at once, nor the funding, but we know where we want to go. The community knows, they've agreed to it, and it's just a good project.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention one more opportunity is to connect with the Southwest Florida Water Management District. I know many of you probably already work with them, but they have different departments in water conservation, in stormwater, the SWIM program themselves. I actually used to work for them. They have a cooperative funding initiative opportunity. So if you have those stormwater projects and habitat projects, you can consider bringing them to the CFI program.
So Mark, I was just going to kind of bring it back to you then. So you've been able to implement projects, you've been part of these kinds of resilience type projects, and and kind of all the circumstances of getting them funded. I'm sure you've maybe had a project go on hold or something over the period of time, but the kind of fits and starts of trying to get these kinds of projects implemented. Maybe if there's some lessons learned that you could share.
Well, sure. I guess I could chat a little bit about Cascades Park. Those who have been in Tallahassee may have visited Cascades Park. It's a beautiful facility in the heart of downtown. I like to say the project has a 190-year history with the founding of Tallahassee. Some great stories in the Pensacola Gazette at the time when the territorial governor sent a group to locate the capital. And at that time, so this is the place where they camped and on and on. Over the course of time, we did everything we could to destroy the Cascade and the environment there by putting a coal gasification plant in and bus depots and coal-fired electric plants and on. So it's a long history, and this project was funded primarily through penny sales tax dollars. It was a community initiative that started on a grassroots really initiative to fund projects that are in need. It's chronic flooding, serious problem downtown, and a number of things that took place. Our goal all along was to have this major stormwater facility cleverly disguised as a world-class park. That was the goal. That was the mantra that we had, and we took that to the public. We went through all this process that we've talked about already today with public engagement, extensive public engagement early on with the master planning of the project and on and on. And the community was very engaged, and we kept them engaged all the way through construction, through the grand opening of the project itself. I want to keep in perspective the time frame, and it's been mentioned several times here how long it takes for these projects to be completed. From initial planning through construction, it was over 10 years. And that's all public engagement and the phases of construction that took place. The funding sources I mentioned already were primarily through Blueprint 2000. It was the intergovernmental agency, city, county government, sharing funds, as you mentioned earlier, between the city and the county to complete this project. But the director of Blueprint at that time his philosophy was, I'll take anybody's money. And he was very vocal about that. And there were lots of opportunities to do that. And they leveraged their dollars very efficiently. In the end, it's created a very resilient stormwater facility and addressed flooding north and throughout the park itself. A very successful project. And it's a 24/7 community amenity. There are folks in there all the time. It's lit all the time. I'm a little worried about the first time the major storm event comes and the park actually floods. I think the community has forgotten that it's a floodable park, although it's been marketed that. I'm waiting for the press to show up at my front door and ask me questions about that. But when the 100-year flood comes, it's designed to bypass. There's a lot of slopes, so there's damaging velocities that are bypassing, go to the lower pond, back floods into the park, and then drains out slowly to protect the investment that was made in the stream and other things that are there. 2.3 miles of sidewalks. They were actually funded by a local CHP, the health insurance company that's well known. That went out to the community and looked for these large companies that were embedded in the community. Health and wellness was their mantra. They contributed over $1 million to the trails. The performing arts or the amphitheater. This year, the Shakespeare in the Park, just a great venue. That was also funded through the bed tax, through Tourist Development Council. So there's funding for that. The water play fountains, just a great feature in the park. The kids love it. That also in the evenings becomes a showcase. That was funded by the City Electric Department. They branded that facility to market. I don't know why the City of Tallahassee Electric Department had to market anything, but they did that and branded it. The interactive cascade, we worked hard to come up with something creative that would replicate a natural environment and just found it was almost impossible to do. So we celebrated the cascade with with this feature here, and it's become the place where proms and prom pictures are taken and other things in the community are engaged. But this is also funded by a community interest private sector. Korean War Memorial was there well before the park was, but now it's engaged and included in the park itself. And a lot of visitors get to engage with that. Very creative and beautiful place. The cornerstone of all surveys in the state of Florida emanates from the Meridian Monument. That's one of the centerpieces of the Meridian Monument, the plaza that's in the park here. That's also celebrated. And if you go into this plaza, you can see the United States, the shoreline of the state there. Two beautiful lakes. Discovery Garden was funded by a local bank. Smoky Hollow Remembrance was funded by it's an African American community, historic African American community that was there. The commemoration of that was funded by a local individual. And wayfinding and interpretive signage was funded by Department of Agriculture. So in a lot of ways, there were so many different funding sources that came to pass here. And then economic development. The property on the north side of the park was pretty much abandoned by the state. The state surplus it. The city picked it up. The city sold it to a developer. North American Properties just came in and provided a beautiful facility. The vision in 2009. The renderings in 2020, excuse me, and reality. It serves the community in a great way. It provides event space for the amphitheater. There's a hotel, there's apartments, there's office building, and a lot of mixed use along the first floor where there's a place to support the park itself. Great investment, economic development from the CRA's perspective, from a downtown standpoint. These projects can be successful in every way.
Yeah, thanks for going through that. Well, I'll get to my summaries here later, but the teaser is money from anyone, right? Anybody? You know, one of the things we've been talking about in our office and on different projects is, and with this project, is money that goes towards resilience projects. So money to stop the flooding, and you can apply for that, and that helps a lot. But then it's a little bit of a challenge to then stop the flooding and create a community amenity, something that the community is going to enjoy, so that there are all these different elements. In this case, you're in sort of an urban environment with a lot of development potential. But say you're not in the heart of a downtown or economic center, you're in a neighborhood or whatever. What kind of advice do you have, any of you? Maybe, how do we do grant-funded projects for resilience, but also make them places that people want to be and live in, kind of relating to the last conversation we were having? Anybody?
Well, it takes a strong team of professionals, very creative individuals, and we've heard from many here today with that perspective. It takes strong support by government and by city, county commissions to recognize the need. And then it requires strong community engagement and the buy-in, and that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to have buy-in by the community.
So do you want to go?
Sure. There's two aspects. I think one is, and it's more of a policy decision and a practice, but to apply a framework and guidance and standards to all of your projects, like the Envision framework, where you're looking at resiliency, you're looking at environmental, you're looking at community benefits, and you're trying to meet in certain marks, kind of like LEED. The second thing, and something I've come to believe in my tenure with the county and local government, is that we need to really work harder on ensuring that the money that we spend every single day has resiliency and sustainability baked into it. And then when we want to go to the next level and meet sea level rise projections or climate impacts or heat, adaptation, mitigation measures, and elevate what we're capable of doing, that's where grant funding can serve us best. If we try to meet some mark for the future just based on grant funding, we're going to be reliant solely on people outside of our sphere of influence. What's coming out of DC, what's coming out of Tallahassee, and I certainly don't want to put us in that position. So we need to start with the stuff we're doing every single day, and there's multiple benefits on that. One, obviously, you're making the community a better place to live, but then when we're talking about the grant world, that ends up being money you can match. And it's just a good approach, and we're trying to get there. It's a long process and journey, but we're on our way.
Hey, I just have to say, I want to see the first resiliency officer who's retitled to be called Resiliency Integrator, because that's the word of the day for me to pick up. The integration, it was a common theme, working together, up the line, across the line, and then the commitment that's needed to not rely on a grant, but to say this is what we have to do, and maybe we can do it faster if we get the grant. But good projects sometimes do take 10, 20, 30 years. And how do you integrate economic future, as you do in your CRAs? And by the way, CRAs are to remove blight and slum. And one of the takeaways I had today related to the comment of when the disaster is done, that's the wrong time to fix something. And so to me, if we had a legislator here who wanted to introduce a bill to accept resiliency as an opportunity to use the CRA model, because CRAs have an increment that's a trust fund that can be used to support that, and it grows as economic investment climbs. So it's a bootstraps approach, and I think with all the old aging infrastructure we have in our cities, the benefits that have been given to the community development district world to build their infrastructure from start should continue to be available through programs like a CRA or something similar, where you can say, we may not have a blight now, but we're being told trouble's on the way, whether it's St. Pete Beach and it's not an economic issue, but it's a survival issue. So I think we need some legislative thoughts and some charrettes to come up with some strategies to get that local funding available.
Well, great. Thank you so much. There's all sorts of things that I could continue to talk about, but my time's up, so I will open it up to the audience for questions. A couple?
Which one? Oh. Okay. Hi, thank you so much. I have a question for Mark. You had a lot of different funding mechanisms applied. What did you institute some kind of collaboration with all the different funding entities? And how did you actually piece that together?
That effort was really undertaken by our client, Blueprint, and we worked with them to identify those, and then they leveraged. What that allowed them to do is the money that they did have, focus on the infrastructure. The fun things in the park came to pass because others stepped in to help fund those. And some of the amphitheater, for example, was simply a grass area with the first design. By the time it was constructed, there's that beautiful venue there with permanent seating. And it was a challenge doing that during construction, changing the plans like that. But the end result was funding sources came available, and we were able to do those sorts of things in the park.
Hi, Brandon Johnson with Stan Tech. My question is for Chris. Regarding habitat, when we look at habitat and fisheries and wildlife opportunities, we talk a lot about corridors. And I'm wondering how connectivity with habitats play into some of the grant opportunities, how that's prioritized. And along those lines, looking at specific species supporting habitats for a given species, recreationally important, or popular sport fish, how that's prioritized versus general habitat that would fall under a essential fish habitat category, but is not maybe perhaps designed specifically to support a given species.
So I can kind of answer that for the two different programs that I highlighted. So for NOAA's community-based restoration program is the one that administers will be administering our $491 million. So for that program, you do need to have a habitat issue that you're going to resolve by creating, restoring, enhancing a habitat. And that habitat needs to be essentially essential, so it needs to be fish habitat. So for us, it can be, you need to demonstrate in your application that this is a habitat used by, name a species, or if it's oyster, it is a habitat and a bivalve itself. So oysters are great, mangroves, salt marsh, beach dunes for sea turtles. So it's my position, I can help you make those connections. So if you are not ecologically focused, but you know you're going to have wetlands in your projects, we can talk about that. We have resources to identify essential fish habitat within the state of Florida and actually nationwide. So you can use our resources to identify what your habitats will support in terms of fisheries. So in terms of prioritizing them, you need to tie to a fish of interest to NOAA. So that is our endangered species. So if you're in Charlotte Harbor, you can build habitat for a sawfish. If you're north of us, you can build habitat for sturgeon. If you're in this Tampa Bay area, I would recommend one of the priorities is recreational fish. So you demonstrate that NOAA cares about the blue economy and we care about our recreational fishing constituency. So that puts into play state-managed fish. So if you're building habitat that will benefit a snook, a red drum, a sea trout, those projects we can discuss. So, and these fish are, they use all of Tampa Bay. They use all of these habitats. So you can make those connections. That might not be, it's going to be an extra layer on what you guys are thinking about in terms of the community, the habitat, and the fish. But in terms of having the opportunity to compete for $100 million, the projects, will be, large funded projects. It may be worth it to connect and to think about the opportunity. For National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's program, they are interested in wildlife and fisheries. So habitat connectivity for them is important. Migratory bird connections, things like that. So I don't know that they necessarily prioritize if it's a bird versus a fish, but they are interested in those connections and mostly the connection between finding a place that has the nexus between benefiting a human and a wildlife species. So that's, the priority is just finding that single place that benefits both.
Great, thanks. Let's see.
Hello? Yeah. Ooh. Sorry. Hi, Cheryl Hapke from Integral Consulting. One funding source that hasn't been discussed, but I think falls within very much the realm of what's being discussed in this particular session is the Gulf of Mexico Alliance and the Gulf Star funding program. And it's my understanding they have a community resilience team within GOMA. And my understanding is they have quite a bit of infrastructure money coming their way. And so what were relatively small funded on the Gulf Star projects are probably going to increase significantly. So any Gulf community can look to, and they have to have some sort of kind of the habitat or some sort of nature-based component to them, but that money is certainly available, and actually project ideas are due July 1st, so I mean, yeah, that's another source to look into.
People are running out the door right now.
It's not a full proposal, it's just an idea.
I'll point out that most of these programs are revolving, so they probably consistently have funding competitions maybe every July. So you'll see the NCRF, the NIFWIF's competition has generally, if you've looked over the past 5 years, it comes out in March. So if you missed it this year, go take a look. You know, they finished their pre-proposals. They've, you know, I think they're in the process of asking folks back. But you can look at the 22 competition and you can be planning for 23. So, you know, most of these come back around annually. So you can start thinking now and kind of pre-plan while you're getting your project ideas together to at least know who you're going to target for funding.
Chris, also the Restore Act from the BP oil spill money, there are pots of funds that are going to be played out over many years, and in some of those cases, some of those pots look for regional collaboration, so back again to the collaboration discussion, multiple counties, multiple entities coming up with a good, resilient plan that also can encourage tourism, fishing, and as you say, the blue economy.
Who's our mic? And we've got it. Okay.
Thank you all on the panel. Where do you see the current and the future evolution of grant favoritism with respect to addressing disadvantaged African American and Hispanic communities that are disproportionately affected by sea level rise and inundation and the need for adaptation areas? I saw Jim Murley, one of your counterparts who heads up the resiliency for Southeast Florida, did a map that was horrifying with respect to the number of properties over the next 20 to 40 years that will be devalued or inundated that were disproportionately African American and Hispanic communities in Miami. And I'm not certain I've seen as much here in Tampa Bay on the subject, but I'm wondering, are people doing such maps to identify those kind of issues? And are there evolution of grants to deal with the disproportionate effects of the inundations on African American and Hispanic communities?
And so we are almost out of time, so I'm going to layer on one component of that question just in case anyone wants to hit it, is that the all-knowing BCA, the benefit cost analysis, is often applied to these grants. And when you're not in a valued location, how does that then, how do you get the money if you can't equate a strong BCA?
I can speak a little bit. FEMA and their strategic plan is really looking at equity and underserved communities, and they're trying to bake that into some of their grant programs, and the BRIC and the FMA programs are part of their pilot, Initiative 40, I think is what the Justice 40 thing, I knew 40 was in there, where they're trying to make sure that 40% of, federal funding dollars are, steered towards underserved communities. So FEMA is looking at it. Whether that's going to translate into, the actual dollars getting into those communities, we will see. I know at the state we are trying to look at these things as well. My office is responsible for the state hazard mitigation plan, and we are currently in the updating phase of that plan. So, we're looking at how do we incorporate underserved communities and equity into our planning, and what can we do to help mitigate some of those issues. So the BCA thing as well,
I don't know much how the tool is actually, run, but we do have engineers at the state that work with applicants to try and make sure that their projects are viable. And sometimes it's hard to get, those tangible things to put into the BCA tool. But, they work with the applicants as much as they can to say, hey, do you have these things? Or maybe do you have, these newspapers or whatever it might be, to try and prove that your project is, in fact, going to be fiscally viable. So.
And I can hit so for the programs that I've described, benefit cost analysis is not specifically focused on the same math that FEMA does. So we look at the benefit to habitat and the cost of the construction or the design of that habitat. So we're not looking at community value. But NOAA is currently very interested and very active in examining and improving our equity of service. So we not only got the 491 million for habitat specific projects, but we also got 400 million for fish passage projects, which are essentially dam removal and culvert removal projects. We are holding it is open now, holding a specific tribal focused competition. So that'll be to benefit tribal communities and to engage the tribal communities themselves to do this work and to improve the capacity of their communities to do this type of work, which would be planning, feasibility, design, contracting for construction. So that's one opportunity we have on the street, and I can say internally we're very focused on trying to improve connections and our engagement of underserved communities, and so we hope to continue to push that and improve that and engage communities with this next round of 491 million. So that is a hope, that we at the staff level absolutely have.
Yeah, and I'll say the NCRF grant has a good tool associated with it where you can plug in your location, it spits out certain criteria that tells you about qualifications or criteria from the community, and then that kind of helps you put into your grant application some good content. Did we have time for one more? All right, who's willing to pay the most for the last question? Funding session. So.
Thank you all for being here too. My name is Sam Gibbons. I had a question when it comes to grant funding and figuring out problems with the environment, and it's been driven home today that the worst time to, fix the problem is after it already happened. But with the 330 million gallons of phosphate water that got dumped into the Tampa Bay, what was it, last year, I believe, how does NOAA and FDEM and the EPA kind of work together to ensure that we can get access to grant funding and remediation for problems like that and be proactive about not allowing those things to happen?
So the entity that, kind of in this realm for environmental work that has been most active for that incident has been the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. So I'm going to highlight Maya here. So the Tampa Bay Estuary Program is a national estuary programs are a partnership with the EPA. So I can't speak to that type of spill. That is generally, I believe, kind of a state issue, a state government issue. But when spills like, say, Deepwater Horizon happen, the community, the federal communities and the state governments come together to try to resolve the issues with oil spills or with chemical events, spill events. So there are federal programs involved to kind of help with those. Piney Point, I can't speak to it specifically to know or really have a good understanding of what that spill constitutes in terms of pollution. So, there's very strict statutes and laws that govern those programs. So I'm not sure that that has fallen under those purviews, unfortunately.
And a large part of that may be more policy and regulatory discussion, potentially for holding people that are working with hazardous chemicals accountable, all of that. So.
And those programs for hazardous waste spills and for oil spills, the easiest one that we all recognize is Deepwater Horizon. You know, those processes, those legal processes come with the funding to try to restore human use losses as well as the environmental losses and the ecological losses. It's just long processes.
Yeah, if I could just really quick, I would just say I think now more than ever we are just talking to each other more than we have in the past. As far as spills in general, we don't typically, or at least I don't work with grant programs that would help, a situation like that, but we are very concerned with resilience, and we're just getting people together, other agencies, FDEP, DOT, anyone involved, to just sit down and have conversations and to meet once a month and say, hey, what's going on? How can we help you? How can you help us? What can we do together? So I think things like this symposium and getting everyone in a room is just, probably more important than it ever has been, and we're really starting to make it happen.
So give all of us and you all a round of applause. Thank you very much, and thank you to my panel.
Please welcome back to the stage St. Petersburg City Council member and Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council Chair, Brandy Gabbard.
All right. Does anyone else find the voice of God coming down we are talking about nature and climate, right? So it kind of is fitting. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you everyone that hung in there with us this afternoon. Did everyone find this to be a great conference? I want to give a special thank you to the City of Tampa, the City of Oldsmar, and the City of Newport Richey for really digging in with us. We're doing this work. I want to give a big shout out to our staff at the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. It has been such an honor to be the chair this year and work with such a dedicated team. When you first get elected to office, you have all of these big ideas and these dreams, and you hope that you'll be able to leave a legacy for your community. But then what you start to realize is that it's the people doing that work every single day that really leave that legacy, and that's what the staff here is doing. So give them another round of applause. So I just want to remind everyone that the final Resilient Ready Symposium report will be available on July 2022, so sometime later next month. On your tables, you do have the website, but just bookmark it, tbrpc.org/resilient-ready. So make sure that you check that out. We will also have the live stream of this available on Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's website, and so you will be able to share this with other people who were not able to attend. And then I just want to make sure to thank all of our speakers, all of our sponsors, especially ULI. ULI actually is sponsoring our reception for this evening, so I'm between you and the cocktails. So they're opening it up. It'll be out here on the patio, so please enjoy, stick around, do some more networking, and thank you all so much for making Tampa Bay a more resilient place. Thank you.